had therapeutic slides that I created when I was healing from inguinal hernia surgery, and I'm also providing those to senior citizens.
When you say slides, is that like a slipper?
It's a slipper, yes.
And you produce and sell those, or in some instances donate them?
Yes, relevance, 352 as well.
And so aside from music, clothes, the other programming, the therapeutic slide, anything else?
No, that's it right now.
As far as your music is concerned, are you currently recording?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you recently release a song on Apple?
Objection relevance, Your Honor. Sustain.
Where do you live?
I live in New York,
What part of New York?
Harlem, New York.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up between Harlem and the Bronx.
You know where Rocky makes?
Yes, I do.
You know what any other names?
ASAP Rocky.
And you see it here, right?
Yes.
When did you meet Rocky?
I met Rocky when I was about 15, so around 2005.
Okay, and how did you meet?
I met him at it was like a rap battle, you know. Before we turned ASAP, there's some other kids that was like bubbling in New York. They had a rap battle in New York, and I met them.
And how old were you all about that?
I was 15, so Rocky had to be either 15 or 16. He's only like a couple months older than me.
How old are you now, sir?
I'm 35.
Where did you go to school?
In New York, at MLK High.
What does ASAP stand for?
Always strive and prosper.
And can you describe what ASAP is?
ASAP is a collective of not only brothers, of women too, kids across the world, models, athletes, designers, philanthropists, you know, kids that took a negative situation and turned it into a positive.
And have you maintained a relationship with Rocky since high school?
Yes.
Would you consider him a good friend today?
So this is ASAP 12, you guys.
What was that relationship with him after high school?
So after high school, we kind of got closer because the founder of ASAP, Steven Rodriguez, ASAP Yams, he had us as artists of the label, you know. So we would get on the phone, still sharp and still get on the phone, work on our lyrics, work on our music, you know, just be there for each other, talk about the plans for the future, and yeah, just built a great bond.
And at that point, you start seeing Rocky more often.
Yes, I did. So I would see him like at studio sessions, musical events, parties, hanging out in Harlem in the Bronx. See him often.
Is there a point in time where when you ever lived together? Excuse me.
Yes. So
This
in
testimony is
2011,
just-started. He's given his
when Rocky
background
first got signed,
of how he
he
knows
moved
Rocky.
all the artists and his friends of the ASAP collective.
He sounds
to
very
apartment
well
on
prepped.
57th Street in New York City.
Or
It
confident.
was a small apartment. We was in there like 20.
I know, babe, I was
20
late.
people. And
Only by like
to
3.
me, that was
But
it,
yeah.
it was like
Sorry,
it was
guys.
great to see that somebody.
Sustain.
They started at noon. You're
How
right.
about this ASAP Bills? Was he part of that group?
Yes, sir.
But this is the first defense witness.
ASAP Ills, he didn't create music. He was more like a model and a designer. You feel me?
There came a point in time where Rocky sort of hit it big,
Yes.
and were you there for that?
Yes, I was. We're all there for that. When he first got signed in 2011, like I said, he
Objection
moved us.
relevance, 352. Mr. Phillips, when you're asked a question, like a yes or a no question, just answer yes or no, or I don't know, or I don't recall. Don't volunteer.
Okay, no problem.
If the attorney wants to flesh it out, then I'll ask you another question.
All right, no problem.
Go ahead.
By the way, I assume it's your first time testifying in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay. Did Rocky provide opportunities for you?
Objection relevance, the rule.
Okay.
Yes, he did.
And what were those opportunities for Rocky?
Objection 352, overruled.
So Rocky was the first artist to be signed into a major label. So with that opportunity, he gave the other artists in ASAP record deals.
And did you create music with Rocky?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about that.
I've been creating music with Rocky since I was about 16, 17. You feel me? And not only be able to create music, he gave me the opportunity to be his, I guess his hype man on tour. And with that, I will go to the venue, check out the venue, check out the layout, do everything that he would need to do before he gets to the venue and give him a rundown.
Okay, so when you say the words, hit man.
Yes. Okay.
Tell the truth, what's a hit man?
Okay, a hype man is when you have a primary artist, which is ASAP Rocky, and then being that I was one of the, I guess, upcoming artists, ASAP 12 on the label, I was able to learn from him and learn
Yeah,
the
that's
role,
12.
learn the business, and also learn the stage. He gave me the opportunity to, I guess, control the crowd serve, do everything that you have to do for a show, you know, and keep the crowd going, keep the crowd participation high. Yeah.
When did you start doing that hit man?
I think 2011, 2012.
And when did you do that until roughly?
Till about 2016.
And what did you do after that? You yourself, 12 weeks.
So after 2016, the individual artists in ASAP had kind of established solo careers. You feel me? So
Feel me?
I branched off to do a solo
Sure,
tour.
I feel you.
And my first day of my solo tour, I ended up getting an inguinal hernia, and I couldn't be Rocky hype man anymore, and I had to slow down from traveling for a while.
Oh, poor baby.
What year was
He
that
it
from?
finally somebody who
That
came
was
to court dressed for
2016.
court. No court, yes.
And-
Yesterday was boring. Yesterday was the cops.
There's no point in time where you moved to California with Rocky.
Yes,
When was that?
we moved to California with Rocky in 2012. So in 2012.
With Rocky,
and then
okay.
Again in 2022 during COVID.
How about in 2020? We living with Rocky in 2020?
Yes.
Where was that?
That was West Hollywood in LA. Yes,
In 2020.
2020.
And
So far, he's presenting well. Seems likable. Seems like a nice guy.
Rocky helped your career at that point at all? 2020.
Yes. And
No.
2020 he helped me get out my.
They're
sleep.
still in the background. They haven't.
Yes.
You haven't missed much. He's only talking background. He has not gotten into the event. He's just talking about how he knows
Yeah.
Rocky.
Whatever reason, I'll get into the details, but it wasn't working out for you. Somebody given Rocky helped you get out of the deal.
Yes.
Yeah, yesterday was hella boring.
Did at some point in time you guys stop working together?
We probably stopped being business partners, but never stopped being friends.
Okay. When did you stop being business partners or doing professional work together?
Maybe like 2018 or so. You feel me? Because I was already an ASAP 12 like a solo artist, and ASAP Rocky was building his label, but he was also signing other artists. You feel me? So I just
You
felt,
feel me?
Felt the need to just work on my own career.
But you still remain close friends?
Yeah, that was my friend, my brother.
That was my brother.
So you moved to California
Brother.
twice, according to your testimony, 2012 and then 2020?
Yes.
And what were you doing when you moved to LA?
Just creating music, working out, just building a bond.
You know someone by the name of Brother?
Yes, I do.
And you know him by any other names?
Yes. ASAP Relly.
And how'd you meet him?
I met ASAP Relly through the ASAP Collective. We all grew up together. We all grew up in the same boroughs. We used to hang out with each other, go to events, go to musical sessions, the gym. You know what I mean? It was a brother.
And roughly what year you met him?
I met him around the same time I met Rocky, so around 2005, 2006.
Okay. And tell us a little bit what your relationship with Relly was like.
I had a good relationship with Relly. We would get up, we would work out together. He had musical artists, so I would work with his musical artists, and we just would build a bond. Being that we were part of the ASAP Collective, treated him like a brother, like everybody else in the collective.
that time, the early years, who was comparing the relationship with Rocky and Relly? Was it similar, the same, different?
In the early years, it was the same, you know. But when Rocky started getting way busier, I remember Rocky helped me get my passport. From there, we would travel the world a lot. We wouldn't really be in like New York or the States, so I didn't have too much time to deal with Rocky at that moment. But we would still speak and stuff like that.
When was the last time you saw Relly?
Last time I saw Relly was, I think the summer of 2022 in the Bronx.
So, well, tell us about that.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me. And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside. And
At this point, bro, stay.
You aren't just impeaching. I think approach you like yes.
continue.
Yes.
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is like the same neighborhood we would work out in. So you know we were known to see each other, but this is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a book. I'm reading I think Who Killed Martin Luther King by James Earl Ray.
Relevant to what you read. You're right, but go ahead.
So I'm reading a book, and I see somebody like walking towards me. So at first, like I put the book down a little bit, and then I hear something. Then I hear something again. So then I focus and I notice it's him. And then like I catch him say something about you, like you know Rocky did bad by that team.
Your Honor, we need to approach on the, you've established what you need to establish, go on to something else.
You guys are so funny in the chat. I love y'all. Okay, so look, Sexy Brown. It says on the bottom, it's 12Y. So there's 2 witnesses that are supposed to be for the defense today. Oh, okay. So there's 2 witnesses for the defense today. One of them, there we go. One of them is ASAP 12Y. He was one of the guys that was there involved with the fight. And the other one, his last name is, I forget the last name, but it's ASAP's manager. So I guess ASAP's manager will be next. Yes, Grandpa Judge said he's not stressing today. So they started like 12:10. Literally, I was listening to it. It started like maybe 12:08, 12:10, something like that. So y'all have not missed much at all. They're going through the backstory. It's simply like how he knows Rocky and how they met at 15 and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Okay. So there's a good question. Tiffany, it says, Jack Love said, Tiffany, I have a feeling Relly was already hating on Rocky before the situation. He was. So it seems like the camel that broke the back with regards to Relly is Tiffany's asking, is the assumption that Rocky had not paid for the friend's funeral the only reason he and Relly fell out? No, Relly felt like ASAP made it and didn't bring anyone along with him. He actually referenced when he took the stand on day 1, he said, you know, there's no reason that so-and-so should still be living in the projects with his mom. There's no reason that so-and-so should be, you know, struggling, working whatever regular job they had. But it's like, hey guys, this literally happens. It happens with boy bands all the time where some people make it, some people don't. Some people are not as talented as you thought you guys were at 15 years old when you came up with the music group. And if that's the case, it's not Rocky's fault. And if someone is back to living with their mama in the projects, I don't know. Maybe it's time for them to look at other careers. You know, somebody's got to work at the post office. Maybe it's him. It's a nice, honest career with a great pension. So, yeah, he was upset basically that, oh boy, that ASAP Rocky had not brought him on over. But the less questions, the less the prosecutors can ask about. Yeah. Now he started talking about, hold on, I'm going to roll it back just a second. Let me know when they get back live. At the end, something about sitting there reading a book. What is that? Here we go.
I was living in the Bronx, and he was living across the street from me.
Okay.
And this particular day, I was reading a book. So I'm reading a book outside.
You're talking about meeting Rocky.
You aren't just impeaching. I think approach you like
Okay, so I was reading a book. He lived down the block from me, and this is
All right.
the same neighborhood we would work out in. So we were known to see each other.
All right, they're back.
This is the first time I've seen him in a while. So I'm reading a
Hold on.
book. I'm reading
Hold up. We're gonna switch it over to the lot and trials. I like this one better. See, the prosecutor keeps saying there was no discovery in this area, but the issue is the he would not, the 12B wouldn't let the prosecutor interview him. So the prosecutor has limited prior information. Here we go. Overruled. Good. Because he didn't have to let the prosecutor interview him. Here.
No, I wasn't, but I definitely heard about the home invasion.
Objection calls for hearsay also sustained. Move on to another topic. Fully established what you intend.
Yes, sir.
Move to strike the answer that's given.
You say, Your Honor. I mean, it's not what you say.
There was an answer, or the question and the answer are stricken. Jury can disregard.
Okay, here we go.
Do you know any security measures Rocky took in response to those instances you just testified to?
Yes.
Security measures.
Tell us.
I know he had to get a whole new security staff, and also I know he walked around with a prop, like a starter pistol, like a prop.
This is in response to a fight Rocky had previously that this guy's aware
And
of.
you know he had a problem.
Well, I've seen it on several occasions. The first time I seen it, it wasn't on his body for anything. It was for a video shoot, the DMV video shoot in the Bronx.
When was that?
That was July 2021.
And you were at that video shoot?
Yes, I was.
You were actually part of the video shoot?
Yes, I came in the video.
Okay, who else was in the video?
Me, myself, Rocky, ASAP Hills, Rihanna was featured in the video as well.
And in that video, you said you saw prop guns?
Yes. So he had a scene that was more like a private scene. Not too many people could be around the scene, and in the apartment, they were having it was like a mini movie, So he had props, he had different things to make it feel like a movie set in that scene.
Okay. And after the video shoot was complete,
Yes.
did Rocky do anything with any of those prop guns?
Well, I'm not too sure about the video shoot, but I do remember seeing him again with a prop. September of this
Same
year.
objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Not responsive.
Okay.
He said he seen him in what, in
After the video
September?
shoot, did you see him with a prop gun again?
Yes,
When?
in September
Of what year?
2021
Where?
in Harlem.
Woo!
Well, I remember I was getting food on 143rd and Lenox, and he happened to hit me. I told him where I was at. He came to see me.
And
And
did you say it?
oh no, he contacted me.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. He contacted me to see
State
where I
is
was at.
pissed.
And I was uptown getting some food on 143rd and Lenox. And we met up. It was like a block party in Christian on the same street. So Christian Street, we went to eat in the park. And I just remember when he was sitting down, seeing something like bulging out his white t-shirt. And I asked about it. He showed me, and it was the same situation from a DMV.
He told you it was a prop gun.
Yes.
So he's saying 2 months before the incident, he's seen Rocky with the prop gun in his pocket. And then Rocky
How about,
actually said
California? Did you see
it was a
that
prop gun.
in California?
That was in New
Yes.
York.
When?
Your Honor, objection, no discovery.
You could finish this.
Okay, so, when I came back to California for I think it was a complex con event, that week, we would like work out early in the morning, we go for bike rides around his area. And, this is still like COVID area, so he didn't have security. And that was basically like his line of defense. If anybody ran down, he would have the proper one.
And that again, that was September 2021.
September.
Baby.
Do you yourself have any familiarity with STAR pistols or pop guns or replica guns?
He just said December 2021, right?
Okay.
I think that's what he said. Y'all tell me in the chat.
In a couple of my music videos, I've used replicas and props. And being on set with Rocky, I came like to be knowledgeable of, having props and certain equipment that make a music video look like a better production.
You know in particular one music video.
September.
You use pop guns in?
For my music video, oh yes.
September was in New York. There was another time he said he's seen it in LA. Okay.
So, according to you,
Oh, both must have been September. Okay, got it.
so Rocky.
Thanks. Just making sure I heard that right.
November 6th with the pop gun 3 times.
Yes,
The NB video,
yes.
the time in Harlem
In Harlem,
in September 2021, and then Los Angeles.
yes.
When you saw the prop gun in September 2021, was it the same as you saw the DMV video?
From what I remember, it was a bit different because now it had a belt clip so you can secure it, and I think it had like a clear clip, like I guess like replica magazine. Yeah.
And in Los Angeles, did it look like it looked in New York?
Yes.
And that was November 2021,
Yes.
first 2 days.
First you did yes.
And let's direct your attention to November 6th, 2021.
Yes.
Were you with Rocky that day?
Yes.
Okay. What were you doing that morning or that day?
Well, that morning I remember we worked out because we wanted to get our bodies ready for the complex con show, which was the next day. So I was staying at the little perk, met him at his crib, worked out a little bit, and then around I think 5 or 6 o'clock we headed out to Long Beach.
Who were you there preparing this performance with?
The ASAP Collective, from what I remember,
They did, Tiffany.
We, Rocky,
This guy is
Bill,
good.
Lou, a lot
Dressed
of our friends
properly.
from New York, a lot of the friends from the collective. There was the 10-year anniversary of Live Love ASAP. It was a big deal. It was also the first show for him or anybody else in the past like 2 years because of COVID. So it was a pretty big deal.
You mentioned the name Lou. Who is Lou?
Lou, ASAP Lou is he's a member of the collective, but he's also I guess Rocky's manager.
And at any point on November 6th, you see ASAP Lou holding Rocky's property.
Yes. So I guess when Rocky had
Anything after yes is restricted. So the answer is yes, you did.
I'm sorry. Tell us the circumstance of how you saw Lou holding Rocky's property.
yes,
Objection, no discovery.
Woo! You get mad.
so
That prosecutor mad, y'all.
Lou, he also works, as a manager. He works as a stagehand. He has multiple hats, and I just remember that day. I guess he just had to get it from Rocky while Rocky.
Objection,
performed the
all
set.
speculation. Sustained. Motion to strike the answer.
What did you see? Well, yes.
Oh, I seen Lou with the prop,
Which prop?
the same prop that I seen in New York.
With Velvet,
Yes,
with that sort of replica magazine, etc.
yes.
What is your understanding, sir, as to why Rocky was carrying a prop gun instead of a regular gun.
Objection, that's been called for speculation and or hearsay.
All right. Let's direct you, by the way, what is your understanding, just to be clear, what a prop gun, sort of, is the replica gun, whatever it's called? What is your understanding of what it is?
It's a device that looks and sounds like a real gun, I guess.
And you've seen it used in the
Yeah, my music videos, I've seen it in movies, I've seen it in music videos, I've seen it several times.
All right, I want to direct your attention now to November 6, 2021. On that day, you with Rocky were in an altercation with Rel.
Yes,
Who else was with you?
ASAP Bills,
And ASAP Bills is other name, his real name is,
Elijah Longer.
can you tell us what happened from the beginning of that day?
Okay, so we were at the conference call rehearsal getting ready for the show tomorrow. And everything was good. We was having a good show. And towards the end of rehearsal, because
Yep,
I was leaving,
correct.
I just
When he
seen him
says,
kinda,
I
like,
guess,
fiddle with something on his phone.
I'll explain.
And
My
he
leg.
kind of put me onto it.
Oh, wow.
Relly was online, just like disgracing his name, running his name through the mud. You feel me? So Rocky was like, "Yo, bro, I wanna go holler at Relly. I'm gonna go talk to Relly." You feel me? And I was already with him at Complex Con, so that's why I went with him. And he asked me to call Relly, text Relly, but Relly didn't respond to me. You feel me? But Relly was still responding to, I guess, Rocky.
Ronnie, this is a narrative, it's all dead, no discoveries.
Ask another question.
Okay. Do you remember if Rocky was dealing with something on his phone?
Yes.
Did you hear his end of the conversation?
Just not the end of the conversation.
His end of his part.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And did that have to do with bad mouthing Relly or Relly bad mouthing Rocky about Josh's funeral?
It was Rocky explaining to me how Relly was bad mouthing Rocky about not handling Josh's funeral.
Objection, that's been called for hearsay, motion is strikes. And also no discovery.
You are.
No.
Okay, that reproach.
No.
All right.
The judge said, no. Can we approach? No. Judge is sick of y'all. It's Friday.
So,
Yeah. Jacqueline, I think so. I'll explain this on break, Terry.
Josh,
I got you, girl.
Overruled 52. Overruled.
Josh, it's ASAP Josh. He was a member of the collective that passed away in October 2021.
October 2021. Okay, that was right. This is the death
who paid for Josh's?
that was it.
Objection, relevant to 352. This is 10.
How is that irrelevant? How is that irrelevant? That's the whole reason they was beefing.
Know of
The judge won't let him in.
dispute between Relly and Rocky.
The judge wouldn't let him say that.
Of
That Rocky
Josh.
paid for it.
Objection is relevant to 352.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess
No,
Yes.
hold on. Yes, good.
Answer the question.
And what do you know about this dispute?
Objection, that's going to call for a narrative. He's aware of the dispute.
Now, the next day was complex time, you said?
yes.
Did Rocky, in your presence, attempt to reach out to Relly
Yes, he did.
clearly there before complex time?
Yes, he did.
And at complex time, were you all supposed to be going together?
Yes. Well, from Complex Con on the 6th, we were all supposed to go to the Playboy Cardi concert as a group, as a collective. And then the next day, we were all supposed to perform at Complex Con as an ASAP collective.
And why was that an important day? Was there anything specifically important about that next day?
Objection, relevant to overruled 52.
Yes. It was the 10-year anniversary of the project that got ASAP Rocky and the ASAP collective signed.
Did you hear Rocky speaking to Relly that
Yes.
day? Okay. And was that on the phone initially?
Yes.
What did you hear Rocky say?
Objection, hearsay.
Stan, you can ask to describe the tenor of the conversation,
Sure.
but not the words.
Okay. First of all, before I ask you about the tenor of the conversation, you personally, did you try to reach out to Rolly that night, November 6th, 2021?
Yes, I did.
How did you try to do that?
I believe I called him and I texted him.
Did he ever respond to that?
No.
Right. That's true, Linda.
Okay, you heard the judge describe the tenor of that conversation without words. What was the
This is
tenor of
ASAP
that
12-y.
conversation? You know what I mean by tenor of that conversation, the sort of the atmosphere of the conversation, the mood of the conversation.
Okay. From what I recall, I feel like it
I
was
need my
like
popcorn.
a humorous, brotherly conversation. Yo, where you at? Like, all right, let's link, let's have this conversation. It wasn't nothing more than that.
What was Rocky's tone like this conversation?
Well, being that we was coming from complex, calm, we got a big show, he was in a good mood, you feel me?
It's not responsive.
No,
The-
forget about this mood. This is my question again. I know this is not your everyday thing. What was Rocky's tone during the conversation?
Happy, sad, angry,
It
confused.
was on the phone, it was kind of happy, it was just more or less trying
All right,
to
you can ask the question. Go ahead.
Now, was Rocky talking calm?
yes.
What happened after the call?
Objection, it's called for narration.
Well, after the call, because we were in Long Beach, we had to go from Long Beach back to LA. So really, we was in the car playing new music, getting vibes together. Everything was like exciting. Everything was like happy.
Who was driving the car? You still in the car?
I think we had a driver. It was complex call. When we get out, I believe they provided like traffic for us.
And did you eventually get to downtown LA, this parking garage on Argyle Street eventually?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you sitting in the car?
I was sitting in the back.
Okay. When you stopped and got out, who was the first to get out and who was the last? Number three.
Okay, Rocky, then Ills, then me.
And what did you see when you got out?
So when I first got out, I was just seeing Rocky walk up the hills, Ills walk slightly behind him, and I seen brother coming down there.
And when you saw Relly coming down the hill, describe what you saw.
So as I'm looking up,
The day of the
I just
incident.
see like Relly coming down the hill with a little extra momentum, not running or anything, but just a little pep and stuff.
And did there come a point in time where Relly and Rocky met?
Yes.
Okay. What happened when they met?
Well, as soon as they met, from what I've seen, it was just like
This is
Relly just
ASAP
grabbed.
12-y on the stand.
Just
describing
as
the
soon as he
incident.
seen him, just grabbed him.
Okay. And
Really just grabbed ASAP, he said.
what happened after he grabbed you?
So he's kind of grabbing him, and Relly's a big dude, you know, Relly big. So he's kind of like grabbing him and shaking him. So at this point, Rocky tries to like, I guess grab him too, but grip the floor so he can maintain his balance because Relly was kind of like trying to lift him up by his hood.
Really way bigger.
Now, at one point,
This is ASAP 12-y. Which is one of the guys watching. He's describing witnessing the fight. He's already established that he has seen Rocky multiple times with the prop gun,
No problem.
including just 2 months before this incident with the prop gun.
Is this the one that,
And that Rocky was known to carry a prop gun. Course correction, you right about that. The state is going to hammer in the fact that he's got financial incentives to testify as he did. ASAP 12. ASAP 12. so far, his most helpful testimony to Rocky is that he's seen Rocky with the prop gun recently before the incident and has seen him multiple times with that prop gun. Did he use him as a human shield?
So you could.
That is
that
the
little
question.
thing right behind you, is a sort of bigger one. You can see. I'll play it through once and then I'll ask you about it.
Yep. So there's 12E. All right. Rocky's got the prop or whatever it is behind him. Let me take the banner down so y'all can see
Keep that.
Jamel Phillips.
That obviously is just a small snippet with an obstructed view, but is that part of what you saw?
Yes.
Okay.
And I got
And
the
when you
cap.
see them going backwards towards that parking sign, I guess Relly is holding Rocky, right, holding Relly going backwards that way. What did you observe?
I observed, like I said, Rocky was trying to get his balance so that he wouldn't like lift him or throw him or push him anyway. But
What
there's
you say?
Speculation, that's been called for speculation as to why.
That's not a speculation.
The answer is, remains as is without adding anything.
Okay. And then, what did you see when they were going backwards?
I seen really like pulling like Rocky.
And what was your reaction? Your reaction?
Well, my reaction, I was surprised because from my understanding, these dudes were only supposed to have a conversation. You know, I didn't expect anything else.
Did you do anything?
Besides try to break it up, you know, just put my hands in the middle of it.
You see yourself on that video at the end there?
Yes.
You're wearing that red jacket? Is that right?
Yes.
Wasn't he the one accused of having a knife? I think he was.
One point, is that Ilge who gets in the middle?
Yes.
In that small clip there, you see Rocky holding an object that looks like firearm.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that in fact?
That was his problem.
Okay.
Woo!
That's how it came out, that he started holding it.
From my recollection, being that Relly's a big dude and Relly was like,
Recollection.
Stay.
The court instructed the witness to answer only when he's asked.
It's ironic.
Ask the question again.
I'm gonna speak to that star on a
So-
break.
Sure, no, I asked it a different way. though.
Ask him what he saw. Ask him what he
Thank you,
saw.
Tarek.
It just,
as I said, I seen Relly grabbing Rocky, almost picking him up off the ground. And with that happening, his pants started falling.
it's me.
The Rocky pants started falling.
You see that in the video there?
Yeah.
Okay, go back to that clip, please.
Sure did. Look at my lad. Cool in here. He's animated, but he seems like a good witness. Yes. Does seem that way. Does seem that way.
When we come back from that. You see Rocky's pants down there?
His sleeve, sustain.
Okay, what do you see?
I see him right there.
Yeah.
So his pants are lower than they're supposed to be, and then I see him try to put his prop back, like adjust it back into the belt.
Which hand was he holding that prop with?
His left hand.
Is Rocky left or right?
He's a right.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I just stepped in the middle and just tried to break it up.
Okay.
And also, I was trying to tell Rocky to go. Like, yo, bro, we out of here. Like, Relly's going crazy right now. Let's go.
Objection, motion strikes, non-responsive.
Okay. Why did you tell Rocky to get out of here?
Because for one, I see that the conversation that they were supposed to have, it didn't look like they were gonna have a conversation, and really was a bit aggressive. And I didn't understand that. It's like we all friends.
That's your motion, Mr. Wright, non-responsive.
Everything after we're all friends is strict.
Okay. Who's the aggressor in this encounter?
Right.
Okay. Is that why you told Rocky to leave?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Rocky point that out there? Just a prop on you at really at all during that parking garage encounter?
No.
Did you ever see Rocky press a gun, prop gun that you described here against Riley's stomach to point at his head or his chest?
No, I did not.
Okay. Would you have seen that if it happened?
Yes, I was there.
When Rocky pulled out that starter pistol, did Riley say anything?
Yes.
What did he say?
I told them to shoot that fake ass gun.
And how, and you heard that clearly,
Yes.
and how fast was this altercation?
It was pretty fast. Pretty fast.
After it was over, and like you said, you tried to push Rocky to go away, what did you all do?
We ended up turning the corner.
Okay, maybe we should put the map up real quick.
Keep it within the five.
I'm gonna put, Mr. Troy, Mr. Phillip, I'm gonna put the map up here so you can help access it. People stew, gonna put up. Okay, see where that red pen just was?
Yeah.
That's Arvell Avenue, that's where that parking lot was, parking, arrow parking, right there, see that? Yeah, there's a point or something, I think, so. Yeah, use that thing. Just go up there. That point.
Yeah.
Just do like this. Here's Arvell, here's the parking lot, right?
Okay.
And then here's Selma, right? And then, here it is, thank you. Here's Selma, so just show the jury from the parking lot to Selma, which direction they're going here.
Mr. Secretary, one of the participants needs a break.
Okay,
So,
sure.
10 minutes?
Yes, sir.
We'll take a 10-minute break, folks. Please be outside the courtroom here for 5 minutes after.
Okay, we got a little break. All right, we got a little break. Wait, this isn't the lunch break, is it? No, let's see. If it's 1 o'clock here. Yeah, this is just a short one. Hold on. Oh, juror need a bathroom break. Thank you, Terry. I like how he makes eye contact with the jurors. His real name is in the subheading. It is Jamel Phillips. I don't think he'll get tripped up because he's telling the truth. That is the truth. It says, I like that they keep using the words prop, pow, pow. It ingrains it in the juror's mind. I think, y'all. Ooh, thank you so much, Jacqueline, for becoming a member. I really appreciate the support. Now, Sexy, you're saying earlier when 12 was speaking that he should have left out the fact that it was a prop. I want to hear your thoughts there. Drop them in the chat. It says, Simone, he has to stop saying, I guess. That's speculation, right? Is that why they're objecting? Exactly. Literally, whenever you hear a I guess or I think or I don't know or I'm not sure, followed by an explanation, you're going to get, if the lawyer's paying attention on the other side, you're going to get an objection. You can't speculate. You're allowed to say your understanding. So you could say, well, you could say it was my understanding such and such and such. But you should never say, I guess. Even like sometimes you'll hear attorneys say, Your Honor, I believe, don't nobody care what you believe. You got to take that out. Like that was one of the things that they teach us in oral argument in law school. Don't you ever say, I believe. No one cares what you believe. All the court cares about is what is the law? What is the fact? All right, so Terry says, I thought reciprocal discovery was mandatory for the defense. How come he's allowed to testify without the prosecution having discovery? Okay, so what happened was this. So what you're seeing is the state is was making certain objections that this was outside of the scope of discovery. And then the defense attorney is like, no, Your Honor, that's not true. So pardon me. Sorry. Part of what the defense is upset about is that 12E refused to talk to the cops. So you know how you have a right to remain silent? You don't have to be interviewed. Like if you're a defendant, you don't ever have to sit down with the cops without your lawyer. Well, in California, if you're a witness, same thing. That's always the case. You don't have to tell your story in advance. You can literally wait, and the first time you give your story would be on the stand. Well, a lot of potential witnesses do that. They don't sit down with you in advance because it's less likely you're going to be called as a witness for a side if that side doesn't know what you're going to say, right? So here, 12E and the other defense witness, which is ASAP's manager, refused to be pre-interviewed by the state. In California, the jury is allowed to know that. But part of why the state keeps giving these discovery objections is because they weren't allowed to interview him in advance. Their argument is, well, this was outside of the scope of discovery, certain things that he's talking about. Whereas the defense attorney, is saying, no, it wasn't, because we've told you why we're calling this witness and the gist of what this witness is going to be on the stand to discuss. So if they said we're calling this witness, more than likely they said something along the lines of we're calling this witness to describe what happened at the fight as well as his observation of the weapon, right? They're going to say something generic like that because it wasn't until January 20th, the eve of trial, that the defense informed the state that their defense was it was a prop weapon. Well, they didn't have to be so specific to say, we're calling 12E to the stand to confirm it's a prop weapon. By them saying we're calling him to the stand to confirm the type of weapon, that's broad enough for discovery. So that is pissing the state off. That's hard if it's the way you speak. I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Brandon said, the witness seems to have a very good memory. He shares a lot of detail. I just know his friends be trying to get him off the phone when he calls because he be so long-winded. He is pretty long-winded. So far, the biggest value I see of what 12E has shared on the stand was, number one, that ASAP was known to carry a prop gun ever since he got in a fight some years prior. And I believe that was the fight that scratched him and permanently scarred him on that pretty little face that he is. Remember, he was a model. So him getting scarred on the face was a problem. Also, he's from Harlem. Y'all know in New York, it's hard to get a gun license in New York. It's actually easier, is my understanding, that it's easier to get one in California. Y'all can correct me in the chat. But so he has a California license, but for New York, he was carrying the prop. That's probably a great idea considering how strict New York City gun laws are. But then 12E went on to say he has seen ASAP with the prop weapon both in New York and in California shortly before this incident. That is huge. But again, because the defense did not drop that was their theme, that was their literal defense until the eve of trial, the state has been unprepared for that, and the state is embarrassed. You can tell by the way in which the state is objecting that they mad. Oh, pardon me. They are mad. Now, Star, I promised I would answer this one. And drop any other questions you guys have in the chat. Star says, Rocky was acting in self-defense from Relly, who has bullied him for years, for 20 years. Fun fact, you cannot raise the defense of self-defense without taking the stand. So I hear you, Star. That is the way it's appearing, but technically, he's actually not making a self-defense claim because he would have to take the stand to explain why it's self-defense. And the reason that is because no one else can say what the defendant was thinking or feeling but the defendant. So if the defendant wants to get up there and say, I was thinking they were going to hurt me and therefore I defended myself, you got to take the stand. It is not optional. There is no way in America for you to argue self-defense without taking the stand. So for some people, like in the Jonathan Majors case, he was not able to bring the self-defense defense because he never took the stand. What we got now? I mean, if in normal conversation you words like I guess or I believe often, it's hard to turn it off to be a witness. I agree. Like even sometimes I say the word like a lot. I was leading a seminar. Oh, that reminds me. I was leading a seminar and I was like, oh shoot, I keep saying like. Then it said the state had a weak case to begin with. The victim go and collect the casings and no bullets. See, that would be my issue. And then when I hear as the state that you done filed a $30 million lawsuit without going to the hospital first or even hired an attorney to pursue that, like this is LA County. Y'all literally have better things to do. You literally do. Cali holds a process for a number of days and you have to pass a test to get approval for a pow pow. That makes sense. That makes sense. I think New York is even more restrictive because you know how densely populated New York is. Also, COVID-19, he did not have his bodyguards. Ooh, been there. That's brilliant. That is a brilliant assessment. Let's see what else we got. Didn't know that. Good to know. Been there. He didn't need his bodyguards because he had his boys with him. I'm hungry. I think I'm on a hot dog. Oh my God. Oh. You need to hurry up, wash their hands, and come on back. We got 2 people. I hope that the defense can rest today, but we'll see about the cross. I feel like the defense attorney is going to be wrapping up with this guy fairly soon. Like, I feel like within an hour. Because he's answering the questions, and then it's the cross-examination that may take a minute. We'll see. Yes. Oh, yes, guys. Don't forget, you can go get my ebook at SimoneRedwine.com, which is Background Checks 101, Beginner's Guide to Finding Out Who the Heck You're Really Dealing With. It's only $19.99. $19.99. Oh my gosh, y'all. Okay, while we're waiting. Oh, and as well, head on if you are looking to purchase any property in the state of Texas, head over to my site, experiencetitleLLC.com. I am also a title attorney and I handle closings throughout the state of Texas. I would love to assist you with your closing. There we go. And that's experiencetitleLLC.com. Y'all, there is this case. I am just let me do. I'm gonna do some more work on it before I talk about this case, girl. It's just been there has just been so much. Oh, here we go. There. Wait, here you go. Why am I so sleepy? I don't know. And this is like a energy drink I'm drinking. It ain't working. This case is embarrassed to like why it's okay. Off the road and rocky. We'll pop out because this yeah. that Bensu and Camille Bassett can't be. Yes, they are. They're free. They've taken this case on contingency, so he is not paying hours. That is a contingency case. Is Relly going to pay
All right,
them?
we're back in the record.
They have to
Everyone's
straighten out
present.
the case. They're just going to get nothing, and Relly will not owe them a dime.
Back again, go ahead.
Yeah, they are working on contingency. For those kind of cases,
Okay,
I'm
so
an
you
injury
were at the
attorney
point
for
where
injury cases.
you would
Always take them.
sort of push Rocky, don't believe, and I think that you said
Never
agree,
trust
you
an
started
attorney if you're a plaintiff
making your way away from
on an injury
calling
case
out, point
and
on
they're
the
charging you hourly. Never trust them. I'll
point
give
on
you
the map up there with the pointer, which direction you really headed.
So, I believe he started coming down this way.
The Selma, right there. Okay. And then you made the left off the Selma Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Now, before that, let me ask you a quick question. At any point during this incident, the one in the garage, did you display a knife?
No.
No.
Turn around this way. Okay.
Were you carrying a knife at all?
No.
Now, by the way, in that video, you said you're off camera for a portion of it, but you see yourself on camera at some point, right?
Yes.
Okay. You know what, guys, play that one more time and just identify yourself when you see yourself in that little snippet.
It's all right there.
And where's your hand?
I believe I put my left hand on brother.
All right, so after the parking lot, you start walking, I'm sorry. Yeah. You said you start walking to Selma Avenue there, correct?
Yes. We're walking down Argyle and then we make the left on Southern.
Okay. And then, you see that little red thing, emoji of a gun is or something like that?
Yes, I see it.
That's East Del Mar, then you make the left onto there, correct?
Yes.
After you left the parking lot, parking garage, I'm sorry, tell us what happens.
So after we leave the parking lot,
Garage.
this parking garage, it's really fast, but Relly and Rocky already, I guess, diffused the situation where they were grabbing onto each other. So that's already done. So I'm telling Rocky like, yo, we out. Also telling Ill, yo, we out. And also telling Rel,
You tell him to do what?
we out. Like,
We're out.
We are out.
We are out.
We out.
It's not just how.
We are out.
All right,
Correct,
so I'm
Judge.
telling them,
We are out.
Let's go. We are out. It's time for us to go. We can't conversate with our brother right now. Maybe we can conversate with him later. Let's go. So we all start turning the corner.
I'll check
and
it
as
out.
we
Thanks,
turn the
Misha.
corner, down the block and turn the corner, Relly is still following us.
And
Yes, Jack Love. He's in the red. He's got like
was
red.
following you the entire time?
Yes.
Did he say anything that you heard?
Yes, he was yelling out obscenities
To who?
to all three of us.
Thank you.
How did he
Let me
sound?
fix it.
He sounded angry, you know? He sounded angry.
Or did any of the three of you stop?
We stopped momentarily, all because we turned in the corner, we hearing him, and so Rocky is first.
There we go.
Once he turned the corner, so Rocky was already up. You know what I mean? So it's me and Ills in the back. Relly starts yelling, Ills, you a crackhead.
Not a
12
crackhead.
you live in the projects.
Project?
He tries to belittle Rocky with the objects that he has, like, oh, I got this, I got the Cuban, I got the range. And we were all confused, like, we friends, so it's like,
Is there a question, Dennis?
Yes, there was.
He said, is there a question?
Okay. Well, yes, what did he say? But okay, what did he say? I should walk.
yeah, he was.
Oh,
he
this
said,
is
yo,
huge,
you a
yeah.
crackhead, you told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this, I got these items, and I don't really need you.
Was he Was his anger elevated
Terry.
at any point?
Yes, yes. Not only is he a big dude,
Yeah, you've answered the question.
mostly right.
Everything after.
Lord, what y'all mad about? Oh, hell no. That's not me. That is that channel. Hold on. Let me pull it from Court TV. Hold on.
Range, and we were all confused. Like, we friends, so it's like,
Is there a question, Benny?
Yes, there was.
Is there a question pending?
Okay. Well, I asked, what did he say? But okay, what did he say? At Milwaukee.
yeah, he was like I said. He said, "Yo, it was you a crackhead. You told me you live in the projects. Yo, Rocky, I got this. I got these items, and I don't really need you."
Ills lives in a project. That's okay. Ain't nothing wrong with living in the project. Happens to the best of us.
Was he?
My granny used to live there.
Was his anger elevated at any point?
Yes, yes. Not only is he a big dude,
Yeah, you've answered the question.
Mostly right.
Everything after yes.
He getting a
How
little
was
strict
his
at that.
demeanor as you were walking away? Relatively.
oh, he was. To me, it was out of control. It was volatile.
Volatile.
Did
Volatile.
Rocky respond to him at all?
No, because I was telling Rocky, excuse my French, yo, Rocky.
Mostly strike, everything after no is non-responsive.
What was Rocky doing?
12E on the
Rocky
stand.
was turning the corner trying to leave.
And after you, all three of you turned the corner up to Selma, you turned the corner up to be Selma right there, that little street.
Yes.
Okay. On the left there's a vacant lot.
Yes.
Parking lot, so.
This is establishing that Relly was being aggressive towards Rocky. He's already established that Rocky was known to carry a prop gun.
While he was following. By the way, let me ask another question. Did he follow you all the way around, including to Lisa Del Mar?
Yes, he did.
Objection to the phrase follow.
Exactly. Terry
Yes, he did
usually
follow us.
Did you say anything to
state
Relly while he was following?
I told him, excuse my French, to get the fuck out of here.
How did Relly's words and actions, did you describe them, make you feel?
get the fuck
Yeah,
out.
this is a friend of mine. I felt
Objection
offended.
to relevance is that mostly strike is non-responsive. Mostly strike means you're not.
Usually you're allowed to explain on direct. But where the judge is finding that it's non-responsive, he's striking things.
That's what the question.
Did you feel threatened, by the way?
Yes, indeed.
It is.
Okay, then. How did you feel?
How did
by
you
Relly's
feel?
actions?
Objection relevance overall.
How he felt it's relevant.
At first, I was surprised because this is a friend of mine. This is a friend that I've known the past 15, 20 years.
Objection, that's non-responsive.
No, it's not ganja. Ganja does make me sleepy, but it ain't.
You can, everything after surprise, Your Honor. would be
Yes, he was one of the ones breaking up the fight. He had on a red sweatshirt.
But yeah, like I didn't see this occurring. I didn't understand why his energy was so like violent and things like that.
Yep, Indy, you're right.
Were you scared?
I was threatened. Yes.
Was it your impression, again, I'm asking you about your impression only, that Relly was not?
His impression.
Objection.
Ooh. Oh man, they're not gonna let him answer whether he thinks Relly was out for money. Doggone it.
By the way, were you
That would've been a good one.
Chloe, in a position to have a physical confrontation or a fight?
No.
Why?
Well, to be honest, that year I worked out with Relly.
Objection relevance overall.
That year I worked out with Relly a few times, so I knew Relly was stronger than me, and I was
It's
also
not responsive.
Were you in the
Yes,
position,
it's triggered.
okay, were you in the position personally yourself, physically?
No.
Why not?
because of my inguinal hernia.
Because of his
What
hernia.
happened when you reached the corner of Selma and East Selma?
He wasn't able to break up the
As
fight
we
on
get
his
to
own.
the corner, like as I said, like trying to get Rocky up out of there. I'm in the middle and it was in the back, so Ills is trying to calm Relly down, calm him down some way.
Okay.
And, I guess it's not working.
We got
So
12 on the stand.
I guess we walk a few more feet. and then
Explaining the fight.
I hear like fast steps, so I turn around and I see Rel hit Ills.
Rel hit
How many
Ills.
times did you see him?
Remember, he said he never hit
At
him.
least like twice.
Rel said he never hit Ills.
And after Relly hit Ills, did Rocky win?
From what I recall, not when he first hit him, no.
After the second hit,
So after the second hit, Rel tried to hit me, and I moved, and then Relly hit Ills again. That's when Rocky shot down with the prop gun to scare Relly off. It didn't scare Relly off. Relly was still hitting Ills.
Woo! Got him. Woo!
your second shot,
Yes, but by then the car alarms and everything.
did you see the second shot?
No.
Did it bang flash?
After the second shot, and by the way, you said Relly came after you.
He was hitting people, probably.
Say that.
That's probably what
I'll show you the video. After the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
I went up to him and grabbed him to push him into the opposite direction to leave. I'm
Good
telling him,
friend.
"Bro, let's go. We out here."
Let's go. Good friend.
And did he go?
It took like a second to grab him because Rel was still beating up on Ills. He kind of wanted to like go help Ills, but I'm like,
Objection, that's been called for
Sustained
about
about-
historic answer. Sustained about what,
Too late. Jury already heard it.
Yeah, what Rocky wanted to do.
Yes.
So that answer again. That was
There he
what
heard it.
Rocky wanted to do.
That's that.
Got the question right back, please.
Oh, excuse me. No, it is too late for the state to bring any other charges. The statute of limitations has passed.
We'll say that. I'm going to show you a video. Later, after the second shot, what did you do in regards to Rocky?
Okay.
Dexter Brown thinks that's what happened to his knuckles. And Terry said, looks more like a punch injury than a bullet. A bullet grave.
To leave, and I'm telling him, like, bro, let's go, get out of here.
Right.
The next question is, and did he go? That was the last question.
Agreed, Tiffany. Sometimes I'll get stuff
And did
said
he went.
just so the jury can hear it, even though I know it's going
And
to be
after
struck.
he went, what did you do? Well,
After he went, and I seen him walking away from everything, I turned around I was like, all right, see, now I guess I gotta go handle the Rel situation. So I turned around to go walk. So as I turned around, I see like Relly hit Ills again, but he hit him again and he walked away. So then
That's whack.
I seen Ills like get up and start walking my direction. So then I seen down the block, I couldn't see Rocky anymore. So then that's why I started running down the block to see who was there.
so you said you saw Relly hit Ills again. At this point, Rocky was already gone.
He was gone.
Not the ashy knuckles star.
Now,
Not the ashy knuckles.
did you see, did we show you the video that was turned over in regards to that night, November 6, 2020?
Yes.
Do you see Rocky in the video firing the sword pistol?
Kinda is grainy, but yes.
And when do you see that in relation to Relly punching Ills?
After the second time he attacked me.
And what did you, what was your understanding of the purpose of him firing that sword pistol?
Judge, it's been called for hearsay and speculation.
Here's suspect. After Rocky fired the sword pistol, did Relly stop?
No, he didn't.
All right, we're gonna play that video.
See, that's the fact that he didn't stop is supportive of the fact that he knew it was a starter pistol. That's going to lean towards that. If you think it's a real gun, you stopping to make sure you don't get hit by a bullet.
Additional defenses. And we're gonna.
Okay.
We've
Now,
got
So what I'm gonna do.
12 on the stand, guys, testifying
I'm gonna ask
for
you
the
to notice
defense.
frame.
This is direct exam.
I'd like you to look at this video. We'll play it straight through the first time, okay?
Yes.
And then I'm gonna, after you watch it, I'm gonna ask you a question. And then we're gonna go back to it again, okay? All right, it's not that long. Go ahead.
My screen's a little dirty. Let me fix it. Hitting everybody, huh? Yeah, V. Okay. Came on around that corner. We got the 2. Pop. Run. Another pop. Yeah, he hit him again. Even after the pop. He didn't worry about no pop. That boy fell down multiple times. He steady hitting her. This is 12 on the stand for the defense, direct exam. He's already established that he's seen ASAP with a prop gun multiple times before this incident, both in LA and New York. And as soon as 2 months before this incident, he also said he knew it was a prop gun the day of. That's what 12 said.
Mr. Phillips, does that video that you just saw fairly and accurately?
Linda said, if I heard a shotgun, you say boat couldn't catch me. Okay. Unless I knew it wasn't a real gun. Otherwise, I'd be out of there. You're not about to shoot, and I still.
Okay. Now that the tape
You hanging
again,
around?
This time, I'd like you to, again, full time without stopping, narrate what you're seeing. Explain
Ooh.
what you're seeing. So if you
I love
can,
that.
Sort of speak to that mic. So
Okay.
can you see it on your little thing?
See, really couldn't narrate.
And probably the last person that should be helping you with this, but.
Yeah, Monique. I think so too. And I broke down self-defense just a moment ago. I'll do it again on our next break. I would have been out of there in a minute. I heard a gunshot. Yep. Linda, I would have been Usain bolting it out there too. I wouldn't be throwing more punches at someone, not knowing where the gunshot sound's coming from. Because how do I know I'm not next? Unless I know or believe it's a prop.
Talk to your, unless the judge up here. Judge. That means the judge and the lawyer. Sorry. We'll do it this one, okay? No, it says no signal, check cable connection.
The only thing I ever do on is push the power button. If it's saying no signal, then I think you gotta get Mark or.
I got it.
Just look at it on this one. I know it's not as big as that one, but just to narrate
Yeah.
the video. We're not gonna stop, play it through all the way. Then we'll go back and stop. I want you to just narrate what you're seeing to the jury as it's playing in real time. And what you're hearing also, okay? Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person you can see at the corner, that's Rocky. The black figure, you see I got my red jacket, you still can see like you still see my red jacket, you see it was in the back, right?
Can you point to the screen behind you
Yeah.
to the people that you're referring to?
All right, so this first person right there, that's Rocky. Like he's gone. That's me behind him, and then that's Ills. So we already leaving. So then right there, as we're leaving the corner, Relly just swings on Ills. So once he swings on Ills a couple times, I hear steps. Then he tried to swing on me. He didn't hit me. Then he hit Ills. That's when I seen Rocky shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. I'm sorry. I seen him shoot at the ground to scare Relly off. And then
At the ground.
it stopped.
Okay. We're gonna play it again, make it easier, and we'll stop it as you're describing. Okay, so you can take your time and point. So
This witness is a mutual friend of them both. according
So
to
the
him.
First person, that's Rocky.
Okay,
He's already the leader.
okay,
Then that's me.
okay.
Then that's Ills.
And the white shirt?
That's Ills.
White shirt, guys.
I think, yeah. It just looked white because maybe, I forgot what color the hoodie was, but it had like white fawn on his jacket.
So there's the four of you in that shot right there.
Yes, so that's me, Rocky, and Ills, and then that's Relly right there.
Okay. What do you see right there?
Right there, I see Relly attack Ills.
And is that before you see or hear Rocky fire a shot?
Correct.
Okay.
So then he's still attacking him.
Okay. And what did you just hear after he was attacking?
I heard the warning shot.
Okay. And where, can you see, go back a little bit, where Rocky fired that? You see where the video shows that he fired from here into the ground?
It was at the ground. I think it's at the ground. I can't really see the back.
Okay. Now, so after that first shot, does Relly let go of Bills?
No.
Okay, go ahead. Now, go back a little bit.
Sure didn't. Sure didn't.
You see yourself there in the red, correct?
Yes.
You start at some point. Now, there's the first shot, and you're still in that screen right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, you start running across the street. Why did you do that?
Because Relly was about to hit me. Like I heard him creeping up behind me trying to swing him.
Okay, you see that in the video?
Yeah. Instead of him hitting me, he hit Bills again.
Okay.
Mm.
Most is like the last part is non-responsive. What's the question?
You see that in the video.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So after he hit Bills a couple times, he tries to hit me, right? So then I juke and I head across the street, and that's when he hit Bills again.
Okay, hold on. Let's clear that part. We'll try to stop. Okay, go back, guys. Now look at you compared to Relly. You're where is the point? We did a little point there.
So right here and right here. So we right next to each other.
Mm.
And this is your testimony that he started coming after you.
Yes.
And then that
I juke and I run across the street.
and that person, where's
I love how he says he juked.
Relly is
That's so New York.
Still on top of Ills.
okay. And you see in this frame, in this couple seconds, Relly's arm and this after the first shot, correct?
Yes.
You see Relly's arm cocking back as
Stay.
what do you see, Relly, if anything?
So after here, I see Relly just swinging on Ills. So at this point, he's just throwing haymakers.
Go ahead, Joe.
So right, he's just swinging. He's just throwing haymakers. You see his arm swinging.
No, stop it. At this point, both shots are already fired from the front. Right?
Yes.
Okay. You hear the car alarm going off?
Yes.
Despite the fact that both shots from the front were already fired, and Rocky was not next to the two of them anymore. What is Relly doing right there?
Relly
Yes,
is
that's a leading question, and it's argumentative as well.
Relly is still. He's still attacking Ills.
But
But you see that he knocked Ills down on the floor.
okay, now stop it. Is that you walking away after Rocky ran?
Yes, that's me right here.
And what did you say you did before you left the location?
I went to turn back to see it, like, if they were still fighting. So at that point, I say, all right, Rocky's out the way. I'll go handle the situation with Rocky, or at least help Ills. So as I turn around, I see him hit Ills one more time and then leave.
Okay, show us where that is in the video. Go ahead, that's you.
Yes, we right here.
Where's Relly?
Relly and Ills are about back here.
That's Hills. And you see Relly?
Yeah, he right there. He walked over there to hit Ills again, and then I guess.
Your Honor. The stated objection, do not make a speaking objection, just
Sue's back on it.
sustain. Motion to strike the last part of the answer.
Let's rewind that for a second. A little bit, yes, okay, we want to do a little bit more. Now, right here, just let's freeze it right here. Describe what you see on the screen, is that you in the red?
Please get for the record where we are on the,
Sure.
because it doesn't. 29 looks like.
It's 29 seconds. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Phillips, tell us where you are.
That's me right here. That's Rocky Lee.
It indicates the record's clear. He's pointed to himself, we're looking at the screen, there are 4 people on the screen. He's indicated he is the second from the right. He's indicated that the defendant is the first from the right. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so you said now, what happens if that you look back,
I look back, I see what was going on with Ills and Relly.
and what did you see?
I see Relly hit Ills again.
Show us where. And where, by the way, stop. Where is Relly in this frame?
I think the big figure right here, but it's Relly right here.
The witness is saying he believes that Kelly would be the second person from the left, and that Ills would then be the first person from the left. Is that correct, Your Honor?
Yes, because I believe he walked back onto Ills and then hit him again before he went up there. All right.
Okay, let's see it play.
See, he walks back.
No, there's no question.
What did you just see?
Hands and ass.
Mr. Tackleton is asking you a question.
So I seen him walk back and hit him again.
And then after he hit him, where did he go? Relly.
He walked up. Is that Argyle?
That's Sparta.
Yeah. So he walked back to Argyle.
No, that's Selma, I'm sorry. Well, it doesn't matter, hold on. Selma.
The Selma. Okay. He walked back up Selma.
Now, we can turn first. Why did you tell Rocky to leave?
Because we were in LA. This is during COVID. You know, I'm not too sure what else is going on, but the car alarms are going on. It's bringing a lot of attention to our surrounding areas. So I was like, yo, bro, like, just get out of here. You know, he's at Rocky's very recognizable. It's just getting about
Did you have to convince him to leave?
only had to convince him to leave because he wanted to make sure Ills was okay.
Objection, false
Staying about what Rocky
speculation.
Did you have to convince him to leave?
No,
Did you physically push him?
I pushed him, yes.
Where did he, you know which direction he left in? I mean, obviously from the video.
Yeah.
Down, he's still more.
Yes. So he started going in the, basically,
You've answered the word, you've answered yes. It's enough.
And then you run in the same direction.
yes.
Did you see Ills soon after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. What did he look like?
You can tell he got into a fight. He had blood on his lip.
In this fight that you tried to hustle with Relly and Ills,
Yes.
did you see Ills punching back to Relly?
No.
Okay. And was Relly controlling that fight?
Honestly, Relly was like fake bragging Ills on the floor. Like Relly, he's a big dude. He's way bigger than him.
Objection, non-responsive. Motion to strike. Your Honor, to the witness, he's mentioned 8 times that the victim is a big dude, and there's no question pending. Can the court advise the witness to only answer what he's asked?
They asked it. I'm not going to.
Only answer questions.
volunteer.
Great point, Star.
Um,
So we got 12 on the stand. Direct is direct examining him.
When you say Ray, what does that mean?
This is the first defense witness of the two that should be called.
He was getting investigated. It was a.
How tall are you, by the way?
I'm about 5'10", 5'11".
Okay. How much do you weigh?
Now I weigh 180, but during the event I was like 160.
Who was the aggressor on both those incidents? The parking garage and the Stillmar?
Really,
No, sir.
Just a couple more things, Mr. Phillips.
Are you on Rocky's payroll?
no,
Are you financially dependent on Rocky?
no,
You make any money from Rocky?
no,
Now, obviously, you love him like a brother, right?
yes,
Before 2 weeks ago, now we're in January 2025, or February 2020. We're in February, right? Now?
that was
The rumor.
That's the rumor. We could be June for all I know. But 2 weeks ago was January 2025.
yes,
You were asked if in January 2025, after the trial had started, if you wanted to speak to the police or the district attorney. Remember being asked that?
yes,
And you said,
no,
before 2 weeks ago, in 2025, this incident happened in November 6, 2021.
yes,
In those years, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, did anyone from the police or district attorney try to speak to you ever once?
No, that's gonna call for speculation in terms of what we tried to do.
Did you ever hear
no,
from anyone from the police or district attorney's office until 2 weeks ago?
The witness answered the question before it was asked, so I think you probably need to ask again.
Did you ever hear from them? I'll ask it again. Did you ever hear from anyone prior to 2 weeks ago from the district attorney's office or the police department asking to interview you?
no,
How many times did, when we meet a collective defense team, how many times did we meet, sir?
I believe only twice.
Okay, when was the first time?
It was August 2024.
Okay. And the second time?
It was last night.
And other than that, have we discussed your testimony?
No,
There are no further questions, Mr.
Do you,
Phillips.
do you want to get started now?
Yeah, I get started.
Karen?
Okay. So here's what we got. The state is going to cross-examine Swelby.
Who do they call you? You want me to call you
Mr. Phillips.
Mr. Phillips?
Woo! Mr. Phillips. He ain't
You know
playing.
what the word unbiased means?
Oh, shoot. Here we go.
Do you consider yourself, when you're coming in here, to be an unbiased witness?
Yes,
So, is it your position that if the defendant committed these crimes, and it's proved beyond reasonable doubt, that you want to see him convicted?
I was there. I know the defendant didn't commit any crime.
Motion to strike is non-responsive.
That's not the question he asked.
Correct.
He asked you a yes or no
I
question.
think so too, Tiffany.
This is the question again, then answer the question.
Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. So what I'm asking you is, I want you to assume for a moment
Yes.
that the evidence in the case demonstrates that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If that is the case, isn't it true that you don't want to convict him?
Right, object, speculation.
Overruled.
Well, I can't really answer a hypothetical question.
When you say you can't answer that question,
Oh.
you indicated he's like a brother to you, correct?
Yes.
He gave you your start, correct?
He didn't give me my start, but yes, he is a brother to me.
Well, you indicated he got you out of a bad record label deal, correct?
I never said it was a bad record label deal. I just say he helped me get out my contract.
What's the
Mm.
contract you want to get out?
Only because I felt as though it was.
Motion to strike, it's non-responsive.
You want to get out of the contract?
Yes.
And the defendant, who you would agree is a very powerful individual within the industry, helped you get out of it, correct?
Sure was.
Overruled.
I honestly read a contract book about the music
Motion to
business.
strike is non-responsive.
You're not answering this question.
Let me take it one at a time. Do you agree that the defendant is a very powerful individual within the music industry?
Yes.
Do you agree that he was a powerful individual within the music industry even back in 2021?
Yes.
Do you agree that you have much less power and influence in the music industry?
Yes.
Would you agree that if the defendant wanted to tomorrow, that he has enough power to pretty much end your career if he wanted to?
Oh.
What's the ground?
Argument, it's all for speculation.
Stay.
Does, given what you've said about the defendant's position of power, if he wanted to, do you believe that he has the ability and power to end?
Well, it is, but it goes to what Mr. Phillips believes. And I think that is relevant, right?
You know, I
You know, up and down, off and on.
No, I don't believe that.
So,
Stop.
as you sit here today, is it your belief? I want you to assume for a moment that the
Why is he
defendant
yelling
doesn't like your
I don't know.
testimony. He decides, you know what, I don't think Mr. Phillips did well on the stand. Wouldn't you agree that if he wanted to?
Good question.
He would. He can make a couple of phone calls. And
Uh-oh.
all of a sudden, you don't have the career that you have right now, correct?
He ain't got no career.
As
He ain't the one living in the project.
Under what ground, John, was it? It was no ground.
Or cost of as phrased, and cost of speculation.
I'm asking him what he believes, Your Honor, as it goes to
No,
his.
no, your last question did not mention the word believe.
All right, do you believe, Mr. Phillips, that as you sit here today, that if the defendant was unhappy with your testimony, that he has the ability and the power to significantly affect your career going forward?
To be able to accurately answer that question, I would need to apply more information.
What information would you need to apply?
Because me myself, if that's a hypothetical question, right? But I'm an artist and I could go buy another artist name tomorrow and start over.
Well, you would agree that the defendant, as well as his significant other, Rihanna, are very powerful people within your industry, correct?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree that if they decide they wanted to blackball you, you're blackballed tomorrow, correct?
No.
No?
No.
So it's your testimony that no
Yes,
matter
sir.
what you said today, that even if the defendant and his significant other, Rihanna, were upset with you, they would have no ability
Connor,
to
you're right.
impact your career going forward?
I know because I believe, as I told you before, I'm an artist. I could start a new way of creating tomorrow. I could be a painter. I could go sew and be a designer and still be able to live my life.
Just answer the
He's
question.
been
Go on to
prepped
another- go on to another
very
topic.
well.
I want to talk for a moment about your statements in court today.
Yes.
want to approach, Your Honor?
You don't got that.
I want you to read to yourself, the middle of this page, there are 12 bullet points. I want you to read what we have, starting with the following, and right where it says himself. Read that to yourself, let me know when you're done.
So from 1, right here,
No, actually I want you to read where it says the following. Yeah, for 1, I'm sorry. Didn't see that, that's 1.
do I have to say my address out loud?
No, to yourself.
Oh,
You're not reading this out loud. That's why I brought it to you. Are you finished? That has been represented.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Mr. Phillips, does what you just read, does that completely encompass everything that you said to the defense during your 1 interview with them?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. There's no grounds.
There's grounds. It's misleading because it's not a sworn statement. It's not a written statement. It's.
That's not a proper objection.
They need to approach the bench.
One, both of you.
They need to approach. This should not be happening in front of the jury.
Not a grounds.
I'm gonna tell y'all what's going on in just a second. The state is mad they weren't able to interview him in advance.
77.5. State the grounds.
Misleading.
Sustained. The objection is sustained.
It's misleading because
During your interview
this isn't his
that you
statement.
had
This was a
with
summary of
the defense,
conversation.
Did you mention the 3 incidents involving the prop gun that you testified to today?
I believe so.
When you say you believe so, do you know that you mentioned them or not?
Yes,
Did you see when you reviewed the summary, the explanation of what you said, did you see any mention of those incidents?
Your Honor, objection. What's to say? It's misleading. He's asking direct questions. Sorry, I don't want to speak. I don't know what to do. Just, it's the same objections before. Reading, reading from.
On that ground,
Do you understand my question?
can you rephrase it?
So I've just shown you what's been represented as your statement.
It wasn't his
This case
statement.
doesn't have to be. Does it in anywhere mention the 3 incidents you just testified to about the defendant previously having a prop gun?
But it's not on me. This is,
I'm objecting. It's not.
read back.
It's not his statement.
No, I understand. Read back. I might miss something.
This is really important, y'all. Stay posted.
I've just shown you what's been represented, and it looks
So it's
like-
not a statement. It's some type of a summary someone wrote
Does it anywhere mention-
of the defense's interview of him.
Summary.
The state is trying to establish never before today has he ever said it was a prop gun.
Those incidents, does it mention anything
But it's-
about the 3
but it's not his
incidents you
statement.
testified to?
It's someone else's, not his summary.
on this paperwork, I never seen this paperwork and I never made a statement, so I'm not too sure where this came from, but I
Good job.
advised about the situation that I've known before about the property.
So what I'm asking you is, when you were interviewed by the defense in this case, did you tell them about the 3 incidents in 2018?
Yes, I had to.
And how sure are you that you told them that?
I think I'm pretty sure.
Did you tell them about the situation that you testified to involving ASAP Josh?
Can you rephrase that?
Did you tell the defense during your interview with them about the situation with ASAP Josh that you testified to on direct?
The situation as far as him passing away,
As far as any mention of ASAP Josh and the issue with Relly and Rocket, did you mention that to the defense?
probably didn't. I probably, because I had no.
Motion to strike everything after no.
I
I
probably did.
wasn't.
You didn't say no.
He didn't say no. He said I probably did.
I wasn't on
That's the
guard.
opposite of no.
I was making notes myself. Read the question.
This is 12E on the stand being cross-examined. In direct, he said that he's seen Rocky use a prop gun at least 3 prior occasions.
Did you mention that defense answer? I probably didn't. I probably, because I had no.
Oh, he said I probably did not.
So is the answer yes, no, I'm not sure?
I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm not sure
Did
is
you
the
mention
fair.
during your interview with the defense anything about you yourself having used prop guns in videos?
I'm not sure.
How long was your interview that you had with the defense?
Maybe an hour.
Do you remember when it was?
It was August 2024 in New York.
So you're saying you had no interview with any member of the defense team in this case before, when did you say, what day?
August 2024.
So you were never interviewed by any of them until almost 3 years after the incident?
Correct.
And when they were interviewing you, who was there?
It was Joe, Illinois, and Chad.
And were they recording it? You
No.
remember?
What was the answer?
No,
Did they write notes that you saw?
no notes.
Did they ever talk to you
That was
afterward and
intentional.
say, hey, listen, here is
You have to turn over your
statement.
notes
Is it
if you
accurate?
take them.
Not that I recall. Though.
Did they ever even show you what they were representing your statement was?
No.
He was one of the people breaking up the fight. He's also been one of the ASAPers since he was 15.
You would agree that even as we speak now,
Prosecutor's very
that the
angry.
defendant, who you call a brother, that would be a relationship that is much closer than someone who's a business associate, right?
Yes.
It would be much closer than even someone that you would call a close friend, correct?
Yes.
Can you have a
Summary is
closer
not
relationship
sworn
in your mind
testimony.
than with someone that you refer to as your brother?
Yes, your actual, like, your
No, they act-
your parents' birth.
But that would be about it, right?
Yeah.
So in terms of friends in the world,
Yeah,
this
right.
is about as close a friend to the defendant as you have, right?
No.
How many individuals in your life are you as close to
Correct,
who are not
Tiffany.
family members as the defendant?
Everybody in the ASAP collective.
So you are.
That's
equally
that's
close to everybody
probably
in the
because they
ASAP
thought this was going
No
to be
favoritism,
dismissed in
yes.
some manner.
Well, did
That
you
might have been one of
testify
it.
on direct examination that, as for example, once you started traveling with the defendant as his hype man, that you didn't have really, I think your words were time for
Reason.
rally anymore, correct?
It was time to hang out with Ruggie. We still maintained a verbal communication.
So is your testimony that you are as close to all the other ASAPs as you are to the defendant?
Yes, that's a fact.
And is that true to this day?
Yes.
Do you travel with any of the other ASAPs on tour?
Other
Yes,
ASAP.
I do.
Did any of their ASAPs, have they made it so that you were able to be their hype man?
Times, yes.
So is ASAP Tom's, is he as?
No, I said at times, yes.
Is he as big as?
Not
Oh,
ASAP.
at
Tom.
He's saying
Tom.
time.
He has an
So
exit.
At times, I'm sorry. So when you're saying at times, you would agree that the defendant.
Yeah,
he's
let's
the
stream them.
only person that you traveled across the world with, correct? Of the ASAPs, where it's on his dime.
That is not true.
In terms of your work right now, in terms of what you're doing, you said you don't have a business relationship with him, but how often do you see him talk to him?
So since he had his kid, probably like once or twice a month, and he's always traveling, so I don't get to see him that much.
Do you text with him still frequently?
Not really. Last text I sent was like on Yams Day.
You would call yourself a performer, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you do any acting as well?
No.
But you mentioned before that part of your job that you as a hype man is you want to get the crowd going. Is that right?
Well, for anybody that's a hype man, that's a part of the job description.
Right. So what that kind of means is that means looking at your audience and trying to figure out how you can get them excited or motivated. Is that right?
Well, I wouldn't say motivated, and they're already excited because they have the show. It's just more or less have them,
Don't sit so close to the mic.
okay, it's more or less have them feel like they're part of the show.
And in saying that
You
they're
can
a
actually
part of
hear
the
him.
show,
I like how close he is.
you have to sit there and you have to kind of figure out as a performer, hey, I'm up here, and how do I connect with my audience, whoever that is, right?
In a sense, yes.
As you sit here today, are you doing the same thing with the jury?
No.
You were asked questions by Mr. Tapatina on direct examination.
That's right. Been there.
Are you aware that approximately 8 or 9 different times when you were not asked, you mentioned gratuitously that Relly was either a large man or very muscled or big? Are you aware that you did that?
Objection.
What was he saying?
Argumentative.
You're being argumentative. What's your point,
Why
sir?
did you, Mr. Phillips, repeatedly mention that Relly was a large muscular?
Because he
man?
was.
Objection, are you? Same objection.
Well, the word repeatedly is argumentative.
Are you aware, Mr. Phillips, that during your direct examination, that you mentioned several times that Relly was a larger muscular man?
Yes.
Are you aware that when you mentioned those comments, those were not in response to questions that called for that answer?
Objection, argument.
Relevant.
I was basically just giving a description of Relly. That was all I was doing.
When you
Right.
were asked those questions,
Called him an
Mr.
actor because
Phillips,
he's a hype man.
would you agree that when you were giving that answer, you weren't being asked to give a description of Relly, you just added it? Would you agree?
I was adding a fact.
I'm sorry?
I was adding a fact.
So you were adding a fact that you wanted to make sure the jury knew, but it wasn't a question that you were asked. Is that correct?
Objection.
Relly did that the whole time.
Why, if you were not asked a direct question to describe what size Relly was, were you telling the jury he's a large man, he's muscular? Why did you do that?
Again, Your Honor, so I
Overruled. Overruled.
Basically, I was describing a friend of mine that I used to work out with, and I was giving that detail just to let y'all know why I couldn't fight him. You know what I'm saying? Why I couldn't like pull him back at anything because he's strong.
Did you end up providing that information?
Yeah, Relly's a lot
several
bigger
times
than
during
them.
the examination when you weren't being asked anything about why you didn't fight?
Well, that's an argumentative objection.
He hasn't finished the question.
Oh, I thought you did, sorry.
Did you finish the
I
question?
did.
Argumentative objection.
Read the question, Doug.
This is crazy. The state is floundering. Floundering. I'm saying this as a lawyer. He is floundering.
Did you end up providing that information several points during your direct examination when you weren't?
Connor, you are over here cutting up in this chat, Connor. Yeah, I bet it looks like to the jury that these prosecutors are really just
question.
floundering.
Oh, she just, okay.
No, so I could answer you.
I'll just have the court reporter read it back so that you don't have any issues.
Kathy's gonna read the question.
Okay, no problem.
Question, did
I
you
love
provide
answers like that, B.
information at several points during your direct
Because it says
examination
so
when
much
you
with so
weren't
little.
asked anything about why you didn't fight?
See, there you go. The question was why you didn't fight
I
back.
stated earlier when I got on here that I had an inguinal hernia surgery and I couldn't fight.
Motion to strike, non-responsive.
Well, the question is really confusing. Let's take a break now, folks. Please be on.
I don't think this is playing well at all for the defense. Forgive me, y'all. I got a blanket on. It's cold where I'm at. So what I'm sorry, this is not playing well for the state. What the state is trying to establish is that, oh, Relly is on, I'm sorry, that ASAP 12 is on the stand and he's really hyping it up for the jury, so to speak. They've established that he is Rocky's hype man for some concerts. And they're asking him, how come you kept volunteering on direct examination the fact that Relly was big, that Relly was big, that Relly was big? Well, it was directly relevant and responsive to the question of why didn't you intervene in the fight? And he was saying, because he was big and I recently had a surgery. So that he was trying to break up the fight, but that Relly was trying to punch everybody. Relly was punching people. But I find it interesting that the state attorney is saying, why were you volunteering information at answering questions that weren't asked? That is literally what Relly did the entire time. And including, that's how we found out initially that Relly called a lawyer instead of calling the police or the ambulance the day of the accident. Relly said, oh, I called my lawyers as I went back to the room, that was not being asked of him. He volunteered multiple times.
Well,
That's what we got here.
But what the court said was, quote, if there is one area that they cover that is not in this summary, then they're going to comment.
What area?
Well, Your Honor, so
What area are you talking about?
there's nothing about any prior incidents involving the defendant being threatened. There was.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
It says, according to the summary, Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. I believe that is sufficient. Your Honor, I believe that is sufficient notice of what he's going to say. Do you have
Absolutely.
anything else?
Yeah, you're wrong. I need to say something else, Your Honor.
All right, say whatever you want to say.
So, Your Honor, there is no incident that is related here. So there is no way, as a competent trial lawyer, when they give a generality and they simply say,
You a lie.
all we get, he was a victim of violence and home invasion, then the court believes that that is sufficient for their discovery obligation for him to now talk about specific incidents, which, by the way, he said he related to them. I'll be clear. They were given that information before.
Mr. Lord, you better tone it down some. Don't yell at me. Oh, yes, you are. Tone it down.
Tone it down.
Given this information
The defense attorney.
during the interview they had with him. They did not turn it over. There is no way. How am I supposed to be able to cross-examine this witness when I'm ambushed with 3 incidents that I've never heard of?
All right, let me hear from,
Nobody, you're not entitled to an interview, stupid.
Presentation, it's not
his position is, since it mentions 3 incidents, 3 specific incidents, but it's not in your summary.
right here. Rocky carried a starter pistol, prop security measures, which he was known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasions. That's what he's.
Those are prior incidents.
His complaint is that you did, it's not set forth the specific incidents.
It's a summary. That's what we stated. That's how we started this. And we talked about home invasions, which is what he spoke to.
Just
Right.
Reasonable minds can differ. I believe it's sufficient.
Good.
If there was no mention of that, I would agree, in the summary, I would agree with you.
Your Honor, again, they have 12 bullet points.
The state is trying to get that testimony struck and not considered.
No,
I'll
Your Honor,
explain.
they're not
Right.
allowed to give me a quote summary. That's not what the code requires. The code requires them to give me what he said. So what they've done is they basically gave a summary where they left out any detail whatsoever.
They didn't
The
take
court's aware,
direct
The
notes.
court said.
I have.
So, Your Honor, how exactly am I supposed to cross-examine a witness when they are coming up with specific information that I'm supposed to have been given 30 days before trial? And I'm hearing about it as he's testifying, and I've raised the issue at least 10 different times. Your Honor, I predicted, I told the court on the record repeatedly, we have 12 bullet points for an hour's worth of interview. They're saying they didn't record it. They're saying that they didn't take any notes. They're saying that they didn't write anything down.
That's what the
That
witness said too.
absolutely flies in the face of reality. I've done
That's
this
what
job
the
30
witness
years,
said.
you've done it even longer.
He said there were
is
no notes.
possible
There was
way
no recording.
that the defense did not cover these areas that they are asking them about in advance. The fact that they're not providing them, Your Honor, and that's just some of them. So now what I have to do, this also goes to, I can give the court 5 other examples from his direct evidence, direct testimony. But now what I have to do, Your Honor, is I have to basically go through and I have to now.
Yes, Relly's over 6 feet. I think he's 6'3".
Well, listen, you testified to so-and-so. Did you previously relate that information? He has now said that he did. He said, I told him that with respect to the 3 incidents. We don't have it. Your Honor, under
You do.
1054.3, that is as clear a violation as you can have. The court's position is going to be, well, they told you that there was an incident that he did it for security measures for violence and home invasion. Imagine if the discovery on our end, this prosecution was, hey, we're not going to tell you anything about the case, but someone got killed. Never get you back.
We are.
But someone was shot. Your Honor,
We're getting close.
we'd be taking the woodshed, which would be appropriate. So my problem is that
You would be taken to the woodshed if there was not a police report and that was not conveyed to the.
Yep.
and we don't have any report, we don't have any tape, and it wasn't conveyed to us. So
If you don't have a police report, that's your fault.
to try and cross it, but then the court is also.
I've heard enough.
All right.
No, I don't need anything from you either.
You stick him
In
on.
my belief, this certainly could be more expansive, but I think it is sufficient. As far as you cross-examining, I'm not aware of anybody who can cross-examine better than you. I'm sure you can figure out a way to cross-examine him based on what is contained in this summary.
That's right.
Off the record.
Yeah, go Judge. That's fair. I love to see a little fairness and justice in LA County courts because Lord knows they are not known for that. All right, so to recap on why this attorney was so doggone pissed, it was because he's upset. The state was upset that they did not get to pre-interview ASAP 12, who was just taking the stand. Well, they didn't get to pre-interview him because he didn't want to be interviewed. I feel like this is literally fair and this is just for all the times when the cops like trick people into being interviewed or like talking to them when they really need to have their lawyer present. This is finally a time where someone here, a witness, exercises their right to not have to speak to the police in advance. Now, in California, if you're a witness and you choose not to be interviewed by the police in advance, the jury is allowed to know that. So what the state is able to do is say, hey, he wouldn't tell us any of his testimony, and here he is now saying certain things for the first time that we've never heard anything about. And then that leaves it up to the jury to decide, do we want to give his testimony credibility or not? But what he's most upset about, the state prosecutor's most upset, is because ASAP 12 got up there on that stand, said that Rocky was known for using a prop gun, that there were multiple prior instances why he did so, that in part he did so because in 2018, there was an instance where there was both a home invasion and he was in a fight where his face was slashed, and that after that, it was known that he carried a prop. Now, you have to remember, ASAP is from Harlem. In New York State, gun laws are the strictest in America, even more strict than California. If you remember the case of football player Plaxico Burress, he played for the New York Giants. That man went into a New York City nightclub with a gun in his pocket because he was the franchise player for the Giants. He was an $80 million man. He shot himself accidentally and still went to jail. They put that man in jail for literally, he shot himself in the leg, ruined his football career. They took that man, they made that man go to jail for shooting himself. So as a result, I could see why someone like ASAP would say, I'll carry around a prop gun in New York because I'm not trying to go to jail myself, but I do want to be able to ward away certain people if possible. The judge advised both men at the start of the trial that they have the right not to speak to the state. It's their legal right, and that they can bring that up during questioning, and they have. They have. Yep. Somebody's laughing. Y'all laughing at Plexico Burris shooting himself. Y'all are wrong. Does that apply only to witnesses, or can victims defendants also decline? Oh yeah, victims and defendants can do that. And if you've ever noticed, if a defendant declined to talk to the police without his lawyer, that's actually not admissible to a jury in most states. I think none of the states. Here is why. You'll also see when in court, whenever they ask a defendant, hey, are you going to take the stand? If you ever notice, it's always outside of the presence of a jury. Why? Because it's considered too prejudicial for a jury to hear. Because if you do that in front of a jury may assume, most regular lay people assume that someone's not taking the stand because they're guilty. So the laws have found that it is unfair and too prejudicial to ask a defendant, hey, are you going to take the stand in front of the jury? In the same way, if you go, so like if you're ever asked by the cops, if you're like suspected of being a defendant, if you're ever asked by the cops, hey, we want you to come on down and interview with us, don't you dare do it. Don't you do it. Certainly not by yourself. You can confer with an attorney for sure. But if your answer is straight up no, guess what? The jury doesn't get to know that. Because it's your legal constitutional right. And when you are exercising your constitutional right, it's not supposed to be ever used against you due to the fact that it's your right. So no, the jury was not watching this. That was off the record. The jury had already been excused. So that's how come the case ended. The screen initially went away, and I was like talking about other things, and all of a sudden it came back. Because during that piece, when it went away, that was a jury coming out of like walking out of the courtroom. And then once the jury was gone, they took up this argument on the record. So what we see on TV are only the things that are on the record, meaning there's going to be a court transcript for them. These are the kind of arguments that you have to have on the record because it preserves the argument and the issue for appeal. Now, interestingly, I want to be very clear on how appeals work in the criminal context because it's different than civil. If ASAP is found not guilty, there is nothing that the state could appeal. So if the state didn't like this ruling right here where the judge says, hey, the summary we received is sufficient, if they don't like that and he's found not guilty, they can't appeal the not guilty and get a new trial for ASAP. You're just stuck. The only time in criminal that an appeal can be brought is if and only if a defendant is found guilty. So in other words, if there are a lot of rulings a judge makes that are helpful to a defendant and it helps them be found not guilty, it helps them get off, there's nothing the state can do about it. They just get off and the state can't appeal it. They can't retry them. None of ya. Nothing. Judge said, quit rapping and get this over with. Just be happy like me said, I'm clapping. Yeah, I think what the judge ruled was fair. So what the judge ruled was, hey, ASAP's legal team interviewed 12E. They wrote up a summary of what 12E said and they gave it to you guys. What the state is saying, yeah, but the summary only said that ASAP carried a prop gun because of prior home invasions and prior violence. The state was saying they should have been more specific, but the judge said, no, that's your responsibility to cross and find out more information on those things. I think that's a fair ruling. Yes, hit that like and subscribe. Kind of what you over there talking about. Kind of said, take the L. Take the L for the state. 12E, okay, Linda says, 12E put a big old hole in the case. That is why the prosecutor is downright mad. Wait a minute, wait. Just dawned on me. Hold up. The prosecutor was saying that they just barely heard about the prop gun defense January 20th on the eve of trial, like on the eve of selecting the jury and all that. But then we just heard here that that interview of 12E took place in 2024. I think they said August of 2024, which also meant that summary and everything had to have been given to the state more than 30 days ago, because that was the close of discovery. So therefore, they probably got it. They got it sometime in 2024 after that interview. And that summary said a portion of what 12E discussed was how after the violence and crimes, Rocky was known to carry a prop gun. Listen, if they didn't read the word prop gun and see that as an indication of the potential defense, that's stupid on you, baby. Baby, you missed some context clues. So the state wasn't sideline, not side sweep or hoodwinked or whatever that word, the word that means caught off guard by the prop gun defense. If you were given a writing last year that said one of the reasons he carried a prop gun sometimes was because of prior violence, that should have been your clue that defense was on the table. That's also probably how come the judge didn't have an issue with allowing that defense in, because the defense attorney said, yeah, we gave them indication previously prior to January 20th that this prop gun defense was a potential defense. Yes, Tiffany, they didn't think that they were going to use that. Yeah, they were not ambushed, blindsided ambush. You guys got me. You guys got me well. Thank you, hon. I want this noise to stop, though. Stop talking. Stop talking. All right. Right, that they were blindsided. You feel me? Y'all, does that follow? If y'all received a summary, because they did, they had to get that summary soon after the August 2024 interview of 12E. If y'all saw anything up in there about how he carried prop, I think it just was beyond the pale. See, this is what I talk about when they talk about we don't need DEI. We don't need DEI. Let me tell you, what you don't have in the courtroom is anybody who grew up in a community such as Rocky's, because we are able to think. Just when you're from a community, you think like the community. You could think about all the different defenses. I personally, my dad used to pull prop guns on my sister and me's friends. Like, I remember my sister, this guy is a celebrity civil rights attorney now. I'm not going to name him, but if you know me, he was like a mentee to me, one of my mentees earlier on in his career. And I'll never forget, my sister threw a birthday party for my cousin Wesley when he was turning 16 at the house. And this particular now famous civil rights attorney was there. He was being real disrespectful and a little crook. My daddy pulled out his prop gun and pulled that gun on that boy. And I remember my sister started screaming. It was like, Daddy, no, you can't pull your gun on my friends. He was like, oh, it ain't no real gun. It's just a little starter pistol. Just a little starter pistol. And my mom was like, Robert, you cannot pull guns out on the kids now. You can't do those things anymore. He was like, oh, he think he know every goddamn thing. Oh, he think he want to book up. And I'm like, oh gosh. So yeah, my dad pulled a gun on him. He's a very respectful young man now. But I say that to say, like, the moment I saw that, I was like, or the moment I would have seen that on there, I was like, oh yeah, we really do carry starter pistols. Because my daddy used to have one in his windbreaker. And my daddy liked to carry a starter pistol. That way he wouldn't have to worry about killing nobody. He said, oh, I ain't going to kill him. I'm just going to pistol whip him a little bit. Daddy, this young man is 16 years old. You're not supposed to pistol whip nobody's. Definitely not nobody kids. And my daddy was like, well, he think you can say something, because this person is about like 6'3". He's tall like my daddy. Anyway, yeah. Me and my ridiculous stories. How much longer do I think the trial will be? I think absolutely. I believe it'll be done on Monday. Here's why. There's one more witness. So it looks like the state might be done cross-examining 12E. Then Rocky's attorney may redirect, probably very briefly, but I don't actually think that he should. I think at this point, he's doing really good. Close it on out. And then let's get to Rocky's manager. Baby, Rocky's manager finna bring it on home. He is finna bring it on home. I say finna because I'm a Texas girl. But by that, what I mean, y'all laughing at my daddy pulling this gun on people. I'm going to have maybe one story time. We could do it jointly with daddy and I. And if you see what my dad looked like, he looked like he'd pull a pistol on you. But one of my favorite claims to fame, just speaking on my father, one of my favorite claims is like, I always felt like a lot of times when you go to a top Ivy League school, you learn a lot of useless information. And I was always disappointed that, like, when I graduated, I was like, dang, I don't know how to do anything helpful. Like, my cousin's boyfriend had a wife, and I was like, man, I wish I knew how to divorce him from the wife. Eventually, I figured it out. And so I actually helped her divorce her boyfriend from his wife. Yes. And then my granddaddy was on probation. My daddy's daddy. I was able to help there too. Did a little background check. Found out he was over there making some terroristic threats. Telling people he was gonna kill him if tell his neighbor he was gonna kill him if they kept letting a dog poop in the yard. And then yeah, so anyway, I was grateful that I ultimately was able to use my degree to help my family. Yeah, that was the ghetto part of that. BB gun. And you know what? I think Daddy's gun was a BB gun. It probably was. I mean, but it looked so real. I think it was a BB gun. I know whatever it was, he said he couldn't kill him with it. But there was that. Is ASAP Ills left? No ASAP Ills. The only other person left to testify is going to be Rocky's manager. Just the manager. Yes. So we have the manager is what's left. I don't think there's going to be enough time today. Right now we are on the lunch break. We're on the lunch break until 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern. So we've got about another hour and 10 minutes. 12E has been doing a really good job. Like, I was about to say, like, oh, they really prepped him well. But now that I've listened to the line of questioning where they asked, like, when did you meet with the defense attorneys? How long was it? Was it once? Was it more than once? Hearing that, I am convinced that they probably, if he got prepped, it wasn't by them, because that would be discoverable. So I think they've done a good job. Why not Ills? You don't do that. No. You don't do that. You want to take, gosh, I gotta pee. I don't feel like the reason I say you don't do that is you don't want two people giving the same testimony for the same situation, because if their testimony conflicts at all, it's going to make it look like both of them are liars or one of the other is a liar. So it's going to take away the poignancy of that. So when you have an incident like that had 3 people, you're going to pick, or that had 4 people involved. Let's see, Rocky Relly. Yeah. Rocky Relly and the other, there were 2 other neutral third parties. You're only going to pick one of them. Does that make sense? You're only going to pick one of them. You don't want both of them. You want one, because even if it's unintentional, like an unintentional slight difference, it's going to seem like they're both lying. And then you're neutral. Okay. So you don't want that. What you do want, thank you. This is No Living Nigga said she loved my story time. What we do want, though, is we want the manager, because I bet you the manager is going to get on the stand and talk about how Relly conversations was all about money, and how if they simply paid him money, he would make the criminal case go away. And with ending on that person, oh my God, with that being the last witness on the minds of the jurors, woo, that's going to be critical. That will be clutch. That will be strong. Yes. It says, Terry is asking, really, I always thought more people corroborating the same story was stronger. Well, when you're on the prosecution side, yes. Remember, the prosecution has the burden of proof, right? So because you have the burden of proof, the more people you put up to tell this is what happened to the victim is very strong. But the defense only has to create reasonable doubt. So you just need one person up there in a situation like this, where it was this kind of a fight. You just need one of the other parties of the fight to get up there and say, hey, no, this is how it happened. Yeah, you don't want a chance at discrepancies. But that is also one of the big differences between how you strategize and approach when you're prosecution versus defense. Heather said they overcharged this case for a big Hollywood splash and then was sloppy in believing the video was it. Yeah, the video would have been it. It would have been it if there was no prop gun defense. So I think what the state expected is that video was their smoking gun, and that at a minimum, they'd be able to get Rocky to agree to some plea make it go away, make them look successful. Because remember, like 95% of cases end in some type of a plea in criminal court. Like over 95. Most people just simply don't want to risk it. What you'll see though is where a person has to spend some type of jail time, they're like, no, no, no. More than that, here, part of Rocky didn't want to take the plea is now if I take this plea, you gonna go over here and get a $30 million verdict against me. Ain't finna do it. Ain't finna do it. I wouldn't let my man take it either. Nope. We about to fight because this is foolish. So that, because even if I have 30 million, this ain't worth it. I'm telling you what, I'm gonna call one of my slow cousins that likes to go to jail and have them beat you up. That's what's gonna happen. Blackmail me like this if you want to. You're gonna get beat up by someone with no future. How about that? Catch me outside then. How you like them apples? It's not gonna be no good for you. No good. Thanks so much, Nisha. I appreciate it. Yes, Terry, that's the thing. As long as that, when we were talking about, one of the questions on the floor was, do you have multiple? Do you want to, like, why aren't they going to also call Illy to testify on behalf of the defense? And I was just explaining, you want one good witness. So Terry was saying, as long as that person is credible. And here right now, 12 is doing such a good job of testifying that if I were the defense, I wouldn't want to call nobody else, because I don't know how anybody else could do as good of a job as he is doing. I mean, that was really good, because you don't want to risk getting you a Relly up there or someone who's going to try and figure out where the lawyer is getting at and answer that question versus the question. No. Yeah. If you have a Relly, you might want 5 of them. Thank you, Terry. Share it with a friend. Share it with a friend. Yes, I will call Cousin Pookie on you. I will, because my family loves me. I'm a really nice person in real life, by the way. I am. And I help people secretly. A lot of it's like, it's part of my way I'm going to get into heaven, because I've done a lot of weird shit. In my 20s, I was just doing all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Oh, AP, you're saying I'm horrible to sacrifice my cousin. It's dispensable. Oh, he's not dispensable. It's just that he likes jail. He really does. He's successful there. He thrives. So if you're going to go anyway, why not go out while doing some good? It's kind of like my ho-hum girl. I won't name her, but my ho-hum girl, she used to do ho-ish things, right? And when I would want to go out to the club and stuff, I'd call her, because I'm like, listen, you're already going to do ho-ish things. Why not hoe us into a table? Why not hoe us into free drinks? I'm simply leaning on the conduct and behaviors you're already going to commit and just using them for a greater good. That's all. That's all. Yeah. Was Rihanna in the courtroom? I cannot tell. No, seriously, he does. Like, he likes the structure of jail. He's got a jail girlfriend. It's always one of those corrections officers. The men in my family, they have these light eyes and they just really seduce the ladies. Yeah, it's really disgusting. Yeah. I once had an uncle. He said he didn't care nothing about going to jail. All he needed was, quote, a punk and a bunk. That was the uncle we weren't allowed to hug at family reunions. True story. True story. Yes, thank you. She said, AP, it's okay. We play all day over here. This is not a serious, like, if you don't have a sense of humor, this won't be fun for you. Like, if you just went the black letter law that you get in law school, don't do that. Y'all, fun fact about me, at Cornell Law, I got voted class clown. Oh, how dare you? They called me on the phone and they're like, hi, Miss Redwine, because in law school, you call people by their last name. Hi, Miss Redwine. We've done, this classes voted for class favorites. You have been nominated class clown. Will you accept the nomination? I was like, hell no. My colored ass ain't gonna be in the student yearbook looking like I was shucking and driving for you people, shucking and jiving for y'all. Absolutely not. I said, no, if you change it to like most witty, I would oblige. But no. So instead of me, they gave it to my friend Kim. She was weird. She was very strange. She was 36. So I was very proud of her for starting law school as a non-traditional student, but the 36 isn't what made her weird. What made her weird is I remember one time I was sitting outside of the professor's office hours waiting to get some like clarification on a legal concept for finals, get some study help. She's in there, and at the end of her getting help from the professor for con law, she tells the professor, hey, I know you're able to give bonus points, and I'd like to ask that when you grade the exams that you give me some bonus points, because I'm a single mom studying and doing all of this all on my own with no help. And I did the mental math of like when she had her baby versus when she started law school. And like she was applying to law school, like knowing she was like a single mom and stuff. And I busted in that office because the door's open. I was like, absolutely not. Just because you didn't plan your pregnancies doesn't mean you should get more points over me. I said, Professor, this is a con law class, and that is unconstitutional. I know that much. So that's why I should get those points. And Kim, you just have to do a better job of planning your parent pregnancies, but you should not get extra points just for laying on your back. And then we became friends. All right, back to the topic at hand. That was a sidebar. Nisha says, do I think the defense talked to 12E and Illy and chose 12E as the better witness, or do I think they never talked to Illy? I bet they talked to both. Not only do I bet that they talked to both, is if they talked to both and they made a call, right? Or it could have also been like, for example, Illy might have been unavailable. If you remember with Wally was in Paris. They brought him. The only reason they brought him last minute is because Rolly got up there and acted like the audio taped recordings between the two were fake. So they needed to call Wally to authenticate them. I think that probably with Illy, they likely may have talked to him. And if it was the same thing where they spoke to Illy, but then Illy said he did not want to be interviewed by the prosecutor, there's no way the prosecutor will call him. Because you don't ever call a witness that you have not interviewed yourself. Absolutely not. Because you don't know what they're going to say. Because you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. Yeah. Sidebar. Let me see what else we got. How many stories do I hear about people with cancer committing petty crimes to get treatment covered? Oh, I haven't, but that would be a very interesting deep dive. Yes, thank you, Star. I lived a very strange life. Very strange. Yeah, be checking and driving. Let's see what else we got here. Oh, Lisa Marie, one prettiest eyes. Aw. Yeah, the sidebars are strange. I'm sorry. It says Rocky also knows his friends. He knows which ones can present well. He ain't taking them all to Rihanna's house. Ain't that the truth? That is likely very, very true. Hit that like button. It says Ills was called a crackhead too. Credibility. Ooh, that'll do it. That will definitely do it. Well, all right, guys. It is currently 2:34 Central. At 3:30 Central, 4:30 Eastern, we'll be back. So for now, I am just going to let the little court TV little breakdown play. Here we go. You can also hear it. Oh, this is it. There we go. That one. There's no sound. Gotcha. Come on, play. There we go. Let that play, and we will be back. Bam, 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 bam. All right, guys, here we go. Okay, y'all, we ready any minute now. We want them fireworks. That's right, Jay Thompson. Talking about, I'm ready for them fireworks from Taco. It's exactly what we want. And we are all ready. Now, it'll be interesting to see. I'm not sure if this is next going to be redirect by Taco. I believe so, at least a little bit. And then hopefully they move on to our second witness of the day, which will be Lou, ASAP's manager. Now, what I'm expecting, here's what I'm expecting them to try and get to with ASAP's manager. So 12E already established that he, on the day of the incident, saw ASAP's manager holding the prop. I believe ASAP's manager is going to testify that the prop was his, that he received the prop back, and that the reason it hasn't been admitted into evidence, or to imply the reason we don't have it today, isn't because it's not a prop, but because it was his and he's done something or another with it. Lost it, didn't submit it, wasn't asked for it, something. What do you guys think? Yeah, cut the music. That music's annoying. Cut the music. Let's get to it. A new day now here, guys. A new day now. Sippy, no, I don't know that the prop gun was the manager. I don't know that for sure. But 12E did testify that he saw the manager holding the prop gun on the same day of the incident. So that's what I was getting at. Any day now, they should be ready to get back started. Lord, they're taking all day. They need to come on with it. All right, guys, we got it. So let's see. It'll probably be Taco who's directing him. Let's see. It would be great if the defense can finish up with all their witnesses today. So Monday could be closing arguments, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Gracie, you're a mess. They do be late. They late every day. They're late every single day. Ouch. Oh, come on. We were just getting to the good stuff.
am I correct? Your belief is there was more than 3, but you saw definite punches to Bill's face, correct?
Yes.
And were those close fist punches?
I believe so, yes.
And you have mentioned a few times that Relly is a very strong individual, correct?
Yes.
And can you describe, if you can, the force that any of those punches were delivered with?
I cannot describe the force, no.
Well, in watching it, did it appear that it was a strong punch, or did it just look like he wasn't really doing much?
Well, I know he was swinging at him, and Ills wasn't swinging back, so I understand it to be enough force to hurt somebody.
Right, and you said not only did you understand it to be enough force, but that Gil was bleeding, correct?
He was bleeding from his lip, yes.
And did you see any other injuries to his face?
His face wasn't like broken or swollen or anything, not to my recollection.
Well, so he's punched 3 times in the face, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're saying the only injury that very muscular Relly gave to him was a cut on his lip, is that right?
The only injury that I could see was his lip. I'm not too sure about anything else.
Do you know, are you aware of Gil seeking medical treatment?
No, I'm not too sure, no.
Do you know if, as a result of being beaten like this, if Ills was able to stay with you guys to continue what you were doing in your activities in Los Angeles?
Yes.
In fact, would you agree that the next day, less than 24 hours after this incident, you guys were all at Complex Con, is that right?
Yes.
And Ills was there too, is that right?
Yes.
I want to show you a video that we're going to mark people's next in order. 44. It'll be the DVD, Your Honor. I want you to watch this video first, please, and I'm going to ask some questions about it if you don't mind.
No problem.
I'm going to freeze it.
This is just to show bills the next day.
Yes.
It's relevant for that issue.
I want to just at the beginning, can you tell me who is that on the right?
On,
The woman?
that's not,
Okay, do you recognize the individual on her right?
I don't know.
Do you recognize the person on the left of the honor?
No.
Now, you can't see the person in full view yet, but the person on the left, you're going to see them wearing a flag. Do you know who was wearing a flag on the night of November 7th?
Not that I remember, but that's like a part of our staff.
So here's my question. Do you remember what Gills was wearing on November 7th?
I'm pretty sure he was wearing something similar to what we all wearing, or like all black people.
Let's play the video. I want you to look at the individual on the left. Stop, pause. Who's that?
States that bill.
And I want you to watch it again. And I want you to tell me where you see any injury to him anywhere on his face.
Well, I would object because it was focused.
That's- Do you see an injury to his face?
To be honest, I can't clearly see his whole face.
Well, let me ask you something. Would you agree that you can see in this image right now, his lips are, you can see them, correct?
Yeah.
Didn't you just testify that he was bleeding from a cut lip?
I say he was bleeding from the lip, so I'm not too sure if it was bottom, the inside, his tooth. I'm not too sure how.
So do you see any injury to his lips at all?
To be honest, his,
That's not a good
if you really
video.
looking, his lip and his sides, it looks swollen.
Wait, didn't you just say a moment ago, when you were testifying, that Ills didn't have any swelling on his face?
I'm looking now. I never seen this video.
Yeah, they're trying to say Ills was not
Wait a
injured.
minute. I asked you previously what kind of injuries he had. Your comment 3 minutes ago was, well, his face wasn't swollen. Now you're saying, no, I'm looking at his lips and they look swollen.
Well, you gotta look at it for a minute.
Oh, let me just ask something. In your definition, are the lips a part of the face?
Yes.
So when you said that his face wasn't swollen, wouldn't that include the lips?
No, because I would be more detailed in saying his face or his lips.
Isn't it true that when you testified earlier, you didn't realize that we might have a video of what Hill's condition was that night, correct?
I wasn't sure.
Objection, argument.
Sustain.
And that answer.
You're talking about something different. The testimony was the night before, when the incident happened, the witness didn't see that Bill's had any swelling on his face. This is now the next day, right?
Let me ask you, are you aware, Mr. Phillips?
Yes.
You said he didn't seek any medical treatment that you're aware of, is that right?
That I'm aware of, yes.
Are you able, when you look at the photograph, does this look to you like somebody who has been punched 3 times in the face by an extremely muscular man with a closed fist the night before?
He has a full American flag over his head. I'm not too sure what's going on inside of his face.
So just from what you can see, sir, can you please answer the question I've asked? Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong and muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
Well, my only objection would be the term closed fist. The witness said he wasn't sure.
You know, that's a big objection.
Actually, closed fist, there's no such thing as an open fist. A fist is a fist. There's no such thing as a closed. A closed fist is a fist. If it's not closed, it's not a fist.
Well, then my question would still be easy to understand, Your Honor. There's no issue.
Read the question back.
Your Honor, fist could be not all the way closed with a fist.
How do we know
Closed
when this
fist.
video was taken? We know when it was posted, which was the next day. That doesn't mean it was taken that day.
Not closed. Okay, the question you read back, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'm asking for that.
Let me ask it again for you. Does that look to you like an individual who has been punched 3 times in the face with a closed fist by an extremely strong, muscular man less than 24 hours before this image is taken?
What the objection is, just state the legal objection.
It states the test.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The other, my objection was to the term closed fist. He said he didn't know if it was closed or not.
I'll re-ask the question without the word closed.
Yeah, ask him if
Judge, I'll withdraw the objection. Just
if he
let's get
saw
out here.
if he saw the punch, was it with a fist or an open hand?
And I asked that. He said he believed it was with a closed fist.
I'm not too sure.
All right, then.
Wait a minute. Didn't you previously state when I asked you that you believed it was with a fist or closed fist?
I know he hit him with his hand. I can't tell you the position in.
That's not what it's not what I asked you. This is my question. Previously, when I asked you the question, I said, was it, in essence, an open or a closed fist? And you said you believed it was a closed fist, correct?
I wouldn't believe he was just smacking on him. He was punching.
Okay, so you're saying you believe it was a closed fist, so here's my question. Do you believe that that photo appears to be consistent with someone who has been punched 3 times with a fist by a large and strong individual less than 24 hours before the image was taken?
Yes, I believe that.
And can you please explain what is it about that photo that leads you to believe that there is evidence demonstrating that the person...
He should not have asked him that
3 times
question
in the face?
because it gives him a chance to say the
You
swelling.
see his whole face, and as we all can see, he has a
Right.
American flag
He should have just left it at.
on his head. So we can't see his ears, we can't see the side of his face. This is all we see. And we don't even see much of his lip.
There's no reason you should be allowed to give this explanation. This is cross. Yes or no questions only.
I'm gonna keep stopping.
Is he crazy?
With what you see now, stop it, please. Do you see
That
any
is
evidence
stupid.
in that video that you watched so far to support that he was punched 3 times in the face
Stop asking the same question 5
by
times.
a strong individual?
Well, I see he has a flag, well, I see he's trying to hide something.
Wait, so you're saying you think he's wearing the flag
Got him.
because he's trying to hide something?
That, yes, he could be hiding the bruise.
Ain't that what you said,
We're
Jack
at a
Labs?
show, so who wants to walk around a 10-year anniversary show with bruises?
Wait, you previously stated before that.
And isn't he wearing shades?
In the style. Isn't that flag his style? Isn't that what he's doing with the flag?
So
Aren't those shades?
Live Love ASAP.
Shades
On the back of
cover
the project, there's
a black
American
eye.
flag, right? So this was a part of the project. You feel me? That's why he had it. So usually Rocky wears it to come out because he's the main artist. That's his whole look.
That's true. Rocky does.
That day, I believe, because Dills got into an altercation, he was hiding inside his.
Just so you understand, whether I feel you or not, I can't respond to your comments. When you're answering a question, when you're repeatedly saying, you feel me, you understand that I can't respond to that.
I won't say you feel me.
Okay. So let's.
Oh my
keep
God,
watching
he
the
sounds
video.
so
What I want you to
ridiculous.
do is, I want you to yell stop.
I can't feel
When
you.
you see any evidence that he has the kind of injuries on his face that you would expect when someone's been punched 3 times in the face by a muscular, strong individual.
If the state had just shut up and not let him elaborate, they wouldn't
You
need to
cannot
do
see
all
his
this.
whole
This
face,
is
right?
annoying.
So listen to my question.
This is
I
defense
didn't
witness
ask you if there were
12
parts of the back
who
of his
witnessed
head
the
or
fight.
ears you can't see. I asked you, was there anything on that video that you just saw that demonstrates, you know what, yes, that's where you can see he appears to have
was
been
hit in the
punched
face by Relly. And the prosecution is saying, show me how, show me where.
All right, let's go to a different area here. One moment. I want to talk about your relationship with Relly.
Yep.
Would you agree that although you've known Relly a long time, you are much closer to the defendant than you are to Relly?
As of now, yes.
Wouldn't you agree, though, that always, for at least a long period of time, let's say the last 10 years, you've been much closer to the defendant than you have to Relly, is that right?
Yes.
In fact, you were asked on direct examination about your relationship, and what you said was, we had a good relationship in the early years. Do you recall that comment?
Yes.
Would you agree that in making that comment, it appears that you were saying that if you're qualifying that you had a good relationship with him in the early years, that means that in the later years, your relationship was not as good? Would you agree?
No, I'm not saying that.
So why did you qualify the statement? You're asked by Mr. Capapino,
Yes.
what was your relationship like? And you say on your own, we had a good relationship in the early years. Why did you answer that question by talking about the early years?
Oh, because earlier in my career, I was in the city more. So whether it was Bronx or Harlem, I could see him more back then. That was the only reason I said that.
Then you also add that you got much closer to the defendant because, quote, I didn't have time to deal with Relly. Do you remember saying that?
It's not like dealing with him like he was an issue. It was I didn't have time to hang out with him.
Wait, when you were on direct, did you say you didn't have time to hang out with Relly? Did you say I didn't have time to deal with him?
I didn't have time to spend with Remy. I was busy.
That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, who used the word deal?
If I did, I used the word deal.
Okay, so what you're telling me is now you're saying, when I said I didn't have time to deal with Relly, what I really meant was I didn't have time to spend with him.
I'm clearly stating I didn't have time to hang out with Remy before because I'm on tour. in studio sessions that aren't in New York. I'm out the country, I'm in Asia, I'm in different places. I didn't have time to spend with him.
And when referring to the tour, that's the tour with the defendant, correct?
Not just him, I went on my own tours as well.
You ever go on tour with Relly?
No, I never went on tour with Relly. He's not a musician.
So.
Nobody goes on tour
you
with
did go
Reddy.
on tour with the
Duh.
defendant, correct?
Yes.
So some of the times you're referring that you were on tour and you didn't have time to either deal with Relly or spend with Relly was when you were on tour with the defendant, correct?
Yes.
Would you agree that he is the guy that gave you your big break, the defendant, correct?
No,
You would not agree with that.
I would not agree.
All right, let's talk about your arrival in Los Angeles. You don't live in California, right?
No.
That was double, it's my fault. You live outside the state, correct?
Yes.
And I don't want you to tell me where, but specifically, but is it in New York?
Yes.
When did you come out here for the trial?
I guess Saturday.
Saturday? And where have you been staying?
Downtown LA.
Have you had any contact with the defendants since you've been out here?
No.
Nothing?
No.
You guys are friends, you're coming out here, why didn't you have any contact with them?
A few years back, I was advised by my attorney, and I'm pretty sure he's advised by his attorney to not speak about what was going on as far as the case. So it wasn't no reason to be involved.
You said a few years back, when was this?
This was, I think, spring or summer 2022.
Okay. So you came out here, by the way, who paid for you to come out here?
I believe ASAP Blue.
I'm sorry, who?
ASAP. The ASAP the business.
Well, the ASAP business is funded in a large part by ASAP Rocky, is that correct?
That's not true.
Oh, so when you say ASAP Blue, I'm sorry, I gotta apologize, Mr. Phillips, my hearing
It's okay, sir.
is not good.
It's all good.
So, okay, so it was ASAP Lou. Now, Lou is Rocky's manager, right?
Well, at the moment, I'm not too sure, but before he was his manager, yes.
Are you aware that it's been represented that Lou is his store manager?
Yes, but Rocky hasn't been touring.
Well, so here's my question. Do you think that Lou would have paid for you coming out here out of his own pocket, or would that have been your understanding paid for by Rocky?
I'm not sure. I have no idea.
Excellent answers.
Did you take the bus out here, or did you fly?
I flew.
Business?
Ain't nobody taking no goddamn bus.
Regular. Like, she was a regular flight.
They had you fly coach?
Coach. Just a flight.
Sustain.
Just a flight.
Sustain.
I said,
You don't have to answer. You just-
And when
Because
you
the
were-
other witness, Wally, flew first class, and I'll explain on break.
Where you stand right now?
You pissed me off.
downtown at a hotel.
And I don't want you to give me the name, but it's a nice hotel, I assume?
It's a cool hotel.
He's trying to imply these guys.
And it's downtown LA. You know the area downtown LA is crazy.
It's coming off so
Unfortunately, I can't.
personable.
I can't answer your question.
You understand?
All right, guys.
What was that?
You understand?
We all do.
Okay, it's better. Here, I got it
The
fixed.
hotel you're staying at, nice hotel, it's not gonna be cheap, correct?
Oh my God. I fixed the mic.
And I would assume, you're not eating at McDonald's while you're here, right?
I'm actually at the taco stand up the block from my hotel. $2 tacos.
Did they limit your food budget while you were here?
No, I'm paying for my own food.
So they're paying for your hotel, they're paying for your flight, but they're not covering your food?
I actually put my card in my room.
So you put your card in your room, but the idea is they're gonna reimburse you, correct?
I'm not too sure. That was never a conversation. That's not something I'm worried about.
So you're close enough to Rocky that you don't really care whether you're reimbursed. You're gonna come out here, stay at your own expense, and try to help him on this case. Is that correct?
No, I'm not trying to help him on the case. I was actually there and I know the truth.
No, that's my question. You're saying you don't really care about getting reimbursed. You're coming out here, that hotel's not cheap, you're saying, I'll put it on my card. And you're saying, I don't really care about what it's gonna cost.
Okay.
So my question to you is, if you don't care about what it's gonna cost, is that because he's such a close friend of yours? The
Oh
No,
my
because
God.
I also had a manager out here and I had meetings out here that I had to attend to. So it's not like I'm here on his dime. I also am an artist that has things to take care of myself.
Wait, Ms. Phillips, are you suggesting to us that basically the purpose for you coming out here is to do meetings for your career, and it just so happens that you'll testify in his criminal trial?
I was never given a specified date when I was supposed to be here.
That's true,
Well,
because with
how
trial,
did they arrange for you to come for it?
I just found out, I found out yesterday.
So you're saying the first time you knew that you were gonna come to court was yesterday?
No.
That is not what he's
I found
saying.
out that I was coming to court when we got on the speakerphone with the judge.
And at that point in time, shortly after you flew out here, right?
Probably like a week or so later.
And you've been out here basically waiting to testify, is that right?
yes.
I also just been working on my artistry.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not asking you how you managed to fill your time. I'm saying your purpose for being out here at this point in time is to testify in this criminal case, correct?
This is another check.
Not grounds,
He
right?
didn't ask exactly what he asked, what he was doing.
I need a legal ground.
Oh,
That's an answer.
I'm not asking.
Overruled.
Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. So, my question to you is, I understand that you are spending time while you're out here doing other things. But would you agree that the purpose for your coming out here was to testify in this trial?
As I said, I'm not too sure what day I was supposed to be here, but the judge told me when I spoke to him on the speakerphone, I have to be you're gonna have to testify or be a witness, and I guess you have to make yourself available. So I made sure I got to LA.
So, Charles, if you can, I'm gonna try to ask this question again. I'm not asking what the judge told you. I'm asking you, do you agree that the primary reason that you are out here in Los Angeles is to testify for your friend, Mr. Bankers?
It's one of the reasons why I'm in LA, yes.
Would you agree that it is the main reason that you are in Los Angeles?
It's a pretty important reason.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the other things that you are doing here are just ways for you to utilize the time since you happen to have to be out here to testify in his case?
This is
No, because every time I come to LA, I have my own business to take care of.
You mentioned that
This
you
is
have
not
knowledge and experience.
spending too much time
with,
on this point.
prop guns, is that right?
They're
Do
flailing.
you have any knowledge and experience with real firearms?
No.
Have you ever shot a gun?
Exactly.
Sure.
We get subpoenaed
Yeah.
at times.
How many
I'll
times?
explain that soon.
Maybe 9 shots.
Wait, let me just back up. Meaning,
Yep.
you only shot 9 rounds one time, or you've been to a range 9 times?
I've been to one gun range and only shot 9 times.
And do
One clip.
you know the difference between a semi-automatic and a revolver?
Yes.
You understand that a revolver has a cylinder. Some people call them cowboy guns. They have a cylinder, and the rounds get put inside of the cylinder, and then they rotate when the shot's fired. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And you understand that the semi-automatic has a magazine, something you call a clip. You aware of that?
Yes.
And the prop gun that you testified to, was that a semi-automatic or was it a revolver?
I don't think it was a revolver or semi-automatic. It looked like a handgun. It wasn't an actual semi-automatic.
Okay,
It was a prop.
so let me ask you. So in other words, did it look like what is supposed to be a revolver?
No,
Wheel, or did it look
Nobody
like what's
said that.
supposed to be semi-automatic with a magazine?
it looked like it was supposed to be a semi-automatic.
A semi. Yeah.
Now, you mentioned that you have fired a prop gun, is that right?
No, I never mentioned I fired.
There, y'all
I
answered this,
mentioned
I'm
I
great.
handled them in my video.
Oh, so in your videos, you didn't actually fire it?
No,
Is that, I assume that. Did you fire the prop gun in your video?
no,
Did somebody else in your presence fire the prop gun in your video?
no, that wasn't the motive of the scene.
Okay, so the prop gun in your video, you never saw fire.
No,
Have you ever seen a prop gun fired other than what you're alleging occurred during this incident?
I just work with much.
Overruled.
I guess just in movies and behind the scenes of movies and stuff. I'm a movie buff, so yes, I've seen him play movies.
Do you think that you have the ability, by looking at a gun, to determine whether it is, for instance, a prop gun or instead a 9mm semi-automatic actual firearm?
Can you rephrase that question?
Yeah, so do you think by looking at it, seeing, that you can tell the difference between a prop gun that's supposed to simulate like a 9mm firearm versus a real 9mm firearm? You think, can you tell the difference?
Well, I can't tell the difference, but in this situation,
Motion to strike.
So the answer.
Oh my God! Stop hollering! God
And
damn it! Lord.
you testified that there were 3 other incidents where you saw the defendant with a prop gun.
3 other. That means at least 4 he's seen.
And you actually gave the dates of those, is that right?
yes,
And are you able to say whether that was the same prop gun as you alleged that he had on the night of November 6th?
okay, yes, because in New York, when I seen him the weekend of the governor's ball show, he showed me the new clip that was modified so it could be secure on his waist. I seen that, and then that was the same exact device I seen in LA,
So by a clip, you're just talking about,
a belt clip.
yeah, belt clip. Let me ask you something. Is there any reason why you couldn't have a belt clip that would hold a prop gun and use that belt clip to hold a real firearm?
No, to my understanding, a real firearm is heavier than a prop.
Yeah.
Well, if it's a clip, can you explain to me how a belt clip, which is put on your belt, how the weight of the firearm would prevent it from being holstered in that kind of clip?
Protection from,
Is that relevant?
Yes, I'm an expert, full of speculation.
Your Honor, he testified that it's the same gun, and I'm trying to explore why he thinks it's the same gun. I have to explore the area. I got to cross him.
He said, I got to cross him.
Your Honor, he is.
Except that he fired.
No, but I'm asking about the prop gun. I'm asking him, why is it that he believes he was the prop gun? Let me.
All right. I understand your point.
Okay,
Go ahead.
let me ask. So here's
He
what I'm
just
asking. You're
told
telling
you.
me
Asked and
you
answered.
saw him
Objection.
with a gun in New York. How long before this incident?
A prop gun in New York, that was probably about a month and a week, or a month or 2 weeks before we went to LA.
And you're saying that the reason you know that was the same prop gun that you're alleging he used on November 6th was because they were both in the same belt clip, correct?
Yes,
So my question to you is, how would you know that the same gun or prop gun or firearm was in his belt clip in New York 6 weeks before this incident, as was in his belt on the night?
He's going by what it looks like, dummy.
Same thing.
can you rephrase that?
So what I'm asking Mr. Phillips is, all you can say is that, you know what, he had a gun, it looked like a semi-automatic, you testified, I don't know the difference between a prop gun and a semi-automatic, I can't tell. And you're saying in New York, he had one in his belt clip, and you're going, I know that's the same prop gun that he had on November 6th because it's in the same clip. And what I'm asking you is, how do you know that on November 6th,
He's going by his personal.
that was the same prop gun?
I knew it was the same modifications from the prop gun that I seen in New York. And I knew it had been modified from the first time I seen it at the DMV video shoot. So I knew it had like a specific look.
Okay, so let's back up. How was it modified? What specific look?
It just had a belt clip and I think a clear clip as far as the magazine.
So are you aware, when you're talking about a magazine and you're talking about a belt clip, that that could be used with certain other firearms?
Well, I'm not too sure, but I knew from my understanding, from being at the video shoot, seeing him again, being with him multiple times, I'm familiar that I believe it was the same one. I don't think he was just switching around props.
Well, when you say you don't think you should switch it around, you've already said you don't have any expertise in real firearms.
No, I don't.
You shot a gun a total of 9 times in your life, 9 rounds on one occasion. So wouldn't you agree that you can't tell us anything about whether or not
You're asking him
those
his
were the
opinion.
same
This is his
guns or not,
opinion.
other than they were in the same belt clip and they looked by the magazine
He's doing so
and the
good.
color.
Well, aside from, this being my friend and having a conversation about it, he gave me like, oh, this is.
Motion to strike is not a mistake. So what you're saying is that the only reason you can say it's the same gun is because he told you so.
He told me, and I said,
And I see it.
But by the way,
Thank you, B. I really
Where are you
appreciate it.
in line?
Thank you for the super chat.
Objection.
Sorry.
do you know
You can't do that.
when someone tells you something, particularly in this situation, you don't have any independent information to demonstrate that it's the same gun other than what you said, correct?
correct. But he had no reason to lie to me. So,
He would. So you decided, Mr. Phillips, you decided that the defendant has no reason to lie to you, and so therefore, you're accepting whatever he says as the truth. Is that correct?
I'm not just accepting it as the truth. I can see with my own eyes.
You can see a gun that you have no experience identifying with, and that you have decided is the same gun because it's in a clip and has a similar looking magazine. Is that correct?
Rephrase that.
So you've decided that it's the same gun and that you believe him. You just said, I'm looking at it myself as well, because you looked at it and it looks the same to you. So you're saying, I looked at it, it looks the same, correct?
Yes.
But you're also saying, I don't know anything about guns.
Well, I don't. I just, from my recollection, I knew it to be the same device from the previous situation.
I don't know anything about crack,
When you
but if I saw crack Tuesday and I see it again on Friday, I can tell you they look the
are
same.
using those terms interchangeably.
I believe, prop gun is the section of it. And then
Yeah, I'm having a
start
taco for
under
taco.
the prop gun. Like,
Mhm.
I guess it's like a certain kind of prop gun. Starter pistol is a certain kind of prop gun.
Exactly, Emmy.
When
No, this
you
is a hat man.
spoke to the defense, did you tell them that
I don't
Rocky
understand.
carried a starter pistol prop for security measures? Are those
Yes.
your words?
Yes.
Thank you, Mickey.
Do you actually know specifically how a prop gun works? How it's fired, what happens when it's fired?
No, I don't.
Now, you testified that Mr. Mayers carried the starter pistol for, quote, security measures. Is that correct?
Yes.
You guys
And
are the best.
said, in your statement, would you agree that the only thing that you mentioned about that was he was
Thank you.
known to do after being the victim of violence and home invasion?
Judge, objection to your statement.
Your Honor,
It's a statement, it's a statement.
Your Honor, this has been presented as his
Objection.
statement.
It's not his statement. It's a summary.
Right, right.
Child, this is terrible.
That is a summary of his statement.
I'm gonna give this to you again. I want you to review it, and I want you to tell me if there is anything in this statement that is not in fact what you said to the defense. I want you to read it to yourself. Do you understand?
Let me tell you how difficult this is.
No, that you, correct. I want you to
This
read
is
this.
so difficult
This is
for a
being
witness.
represented as
I'm gonna
what
tell you why.
said.
It's a summary of what he said.
I'm sorry,
It's
so-
summary, so it's not word for word.
No, correct, there's no quotes, I want you to ask, I want you to read it, I want you to tell me, after you've read it, is there anything in there that is not a representation of what you said to them?
This is a
So you're saying that's all correct of what you said, is that correct?
This is a summary, so I'm not too sure, like.
good answer.
I'm
And
just-
do not
I
change your
see it
answer.
As this is what I said, and it could be things that I said that they didn't put there, but this is just a summary. I'm not too sure.
So let me ask you again. So here's what
I'm not too sure. Stick with that,
asking
boo.
Is there anything in here that is incorrect that you did not tell?
Incorrect.
No, no.
So
It's such a vague
So at this
question.
point,
It's a really difficult question
Mr.
for a
Phillips,
witness. Because you're on a stand,
you
it's
now
emotion.
said that this represents, everything in here is what you said. You said there
That's
might
not
be
what he's
things
saying. He's not
that are
saying
not
it's
in here
everything.
that you said, but
He's
there
saying
was
there's
nothing
nothing
in here
incorrect.
that you've read about
That's
what you
not the
said
same thing.
that you did not, in sum and substance, say.
Can you rephrase that?
In
I
other words,
understand.
sure, what I'm asking you is, you've read these 12 lines.
Yes.
These 12 lines, you're saying, you know what, these might not be my exact words, but this is what I told him.
A summary, yes.
Yes. And you were saying, I might have told him some things that are not here, correct?
No,
So this is this is everything you told him?
pretty much I believe.
Well, let me ask you something. I want you to look and I want you to tell me where there's anything about any prior incidents with Rocky carrying a prop gun.
Objection, relevancy.
Stay.
On relevance ground, Your Honor?
Whether he sees it or not is irrelevant.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents that you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Relevancy objection again.
Is there anything in these 12 lines that you've said is a complete, as far as you know, version of what you said? Is there anything about any incidents you testified to regarding Rocky and the prop guns?
Let me put my taco down for this. I need to hear it all.
What I'm asking you is,
What
you
he's saying,
testified on direct about 3 incidents with Rocky involving the prop guns. Do you know that?
Yes.
You agree there's nothing in here about.
that doesn't mean it's incorrect. He asked if what's on there.
Relevancy.
I don't see it.
Stop.
That's not fair. And that's a lie.
Stay. It's not relevant.
Ooh, he's so mad. He's in shock.
He doesn't see anything about the 3 incidents in there. It's not
Is it
relevant. He doesn't see it. Or that it's not in there.
You just testified that this is a complete version.
That's
of
not what he
you
said.
told the defense. You just testified.
Did not say that.
Ms. Stacy,
He said there was
So,
whatever's on there is
Mr.
not
Phillips,
incorrect.
did you discuss with the defense in advance of you testifying these 3 incidents regarding Rocky possessing a prop gun?
See, in 2024, when we first had our meeting, maybe I could have said something about it, but I'm not too sure.
Well, so let me ask you something. You would agree that, as far as you know, the first time that you related the information about these prior incidents with the prop gun was not when you were on the stand today, correct? Meaning, you had already told the defense about these incidents with Rocky and the prop gun, correct?
I think so, I believe so, I'm not too sure.
Well, let me ask you, Mr. Chris, would you agree that it would be really important if you're trying to explain the situation with the prop gun, that you would have communicated, hey, listen, I've seen Rocky 3 other times with a prop gun? Would you agree that'd be important?
Yes,
So do you believe that you would have told the defense of that important information when they interviewed you?
maybe, I'm not too sure, it was a while ago.
Do you agree that there's
Asked
no
and
memory of
answered.
it in what I
Objection.
handed you?
This is,
What's the matter?
Relevancy. Same one you could say.
It's not relevant that it's not in there.
And objection. Asked and answered, my man.
Sustain.
Now, you're aware that at the time of this incident, that Mr. Mayers, let me back up. Can you explain, you said that he carried the starter pistol for security measures, and you then expanded that to say he did so after being a victim of violence and home invasions, correct? Can you explain to me how a starter pistol would assist someone who was the victim of violence or a home invasion?
Well, only answer that I have is that you could scare somebody away with it. That's the only thing that I have.
So if somebody was doing a home invasion, watch this assume the following hypothetical.
Yes.
An individual does a home invasion and they have a weapon such as a firearm. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to act as a deterrent to someone with a real firearm?
See, that's how,
Also, second issue.
that's a hypothetical situation.
You don't have to answer, the objection sustained.
Mr. Phillips, can a prop gun, in your experience, does it have the ability to actually stop somebody from committing violence against you?
From my understanding with the situation with Relly, no.
In fact, the reason you say that is, it's your testimony that Relly knew it was a prop gun, correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna get back to this in a moment. In the entertainment world, in the rap world that you are involved with, are you aware of individuals, of rappers, unfortunately, who have been subjected to violence, even who've been murdered?
Objection, Robinson.
Yes.
Would you agree that if someone was out to commit a violent offense against an individual, that a prop gun is not going to be a match for a real gun or a knife or any other kind of weapon? Would you agree?
Well, I'm not too sure because I'm not in another person's shoe and I'm not too sure how they would react to seeing the problem.
I want to give you the following hypothetical. I want you to assume that you're in your own home and home invaders come into your house with real firearms. Would you agree that a prop gun is not going to be the kind of weapon that's going to have any ability to stop those individuals?
I'm not too sure.
So you think that an individual, someone comes in with actual firearms, person pulls a prop gun. Can you explain to me what they can do with that prop gun when they're up against somebody with a real firearm?
Well, the prop gun sounds and looks like a real gun. So I feel like if somebody's breaking into your home and they see you make a gesture to protect your home, they might not even shoot you. They might just leave. They go,
Don't sit so close to the mic.
So it's your testimony, though, your prior statements, that Relly knew allegedly this was a prop gun at the time the defendant pulled it out. Is that correct?
yes, I believe that.
Can you explain to me how, if Relly knew it was a prop gun, how pulling out a prop gun that Relly knows is fake is going to act as a deterrent to anything?
The sound,
The sound.
yes, the sound.
So meaning your testimony would be that if Relly sees a gun that he knows is fake, you would be a prop gun can't hurt him. Would you agree?
Correct.
But that if that prop gun that can't hurt him is fired, that the sound is going to scare him.
Well, I would object to what you stated on another statement.
Can you rephrase it?
Are you saying that even though you testified Relly knew that this was a prop gun, saying not real, you're saying the deterrent would have been that, well, the sound could have scared him?
Yes.
Can you explain how the sound of a gun that somebody knows is phony and not real is going to scare anybody?
Well, it's so loud that you would think it's a real gunshot and you would move away.
You just told us, sir, that it's not a question of whether he thinks it's a real gun or not. Your position, your testimony is that he knew it was a fake gun, and that as soon as the defendant pulled it out, he said something effective, put that fake shit away, correct? That's what he testified to?
Yes.
So how is
Put
it
that fake
that if he
away.
knows it's a fake gun, how is that going to deter him from anything?
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
You're aware that at the time of the incident, that Mr. Mayers had real guns, correct?
I guess so, yes.
Well, you've seen real guns in his house, correct?
I never seen him with a real gun in his house. Well, no.
I'm
Let
sorry,
me-
answer.
I said I never seen him with a real gun in his house.
Let's show People's 39, A through F, please.
Mm-hmm.
You've been to the defendant's house in West Hollywood, correct?
Yes.
You stayed there, correct?
Yes.
You partied there, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
You've been there on multiple occasions, correct?
Yes.
You were there in 2021, correct?
Yes.
You've been there since that time.
Absolutely.
Been here since a couple times.
So this People's 39, you recognize that's the defendant's bedroom in his bed, correct?
I'm not too sure, honestly, but it looks like a bed.
So you're saying you don't recall seeing that bed before?
No, I've seen the bed before, but I can't really tell.
Well,
Because it also, like, you never been to Rocky Crib. He be having like some cool looking couches that look futuristic. So I'm
I have not been there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I'm not too sure.
Okay. When you look at it right now, does that appear to be, from what you can tell, what does AWG mean?
Oh,
Don't
Huh?
oh,
What does that mean? Does that mean something?
Trustee
oh.
Brown, you're right.
Okay. Have you, what's that term from?
Objection, votes.
Your Honor, I'm having this career.
Do you know what that means?
No, I just know it's all. It's just,
Do you know what the letters mean?
I don't know. I could have my own way, but I'm not.
You don't know for sure?
No.
Your Honor,
Speculation.
there was a,
Want you to sidebar for me?
yeah, we need to go to sidebar.
Oh. Oh. Sorry, guys. Oh my gosh. I gotta get my life together. Sorry. Got a little distracted. Okay, you're saying you don't understand the question. All right, so let me break this down. So basically what he was upset about before he is in the state was upset about before is he went over to 12E on the stand and said, take a look at this summary take a look at your statement. Hold on. The issue was they kept referring to a summary of his statement as his statement. And now they're asking him, and then he used that to ask him, well, if this is your statement, how come you never said before today anything about the prop gun? And what they were clarifying is no. It was never a summary of the statement. And number two, the state asked him, look over this statement. Is there anything in here that's incorrect? That's not the same as saying, was there anything important that is omitted? And honestly, that's a difficult question to ask someone. Is there anything important that's omitted when it's only a summary? It's not specifics. So either way, I think the state ended up looking very flustered, unprofessional, or less professional, and flustered because the jury knew what he was getting at. I think we all in the chat with that one knew what he was getting at there. He was upset that there was no prior mention of that.
AWG
Of the
is, and you have said you have no idea, correct? Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you hear the defendant, when I asked the question, loudly say, don't answer it?
I heard something, I'm not too sure what I heard, I was listening to.
Did you hear somebody say, don't answer it?
I didn't hear.
He may have said don't answer it because he objected.
Isn't it true that AWG, AWGE, is a brand that is connected with the defendant?
Oh, the question is AUG. What does that
So a
mean?
moment ago, when I asked you what AWG was, and you said I have
AWG.
no idea,
AWG.
why did you say that when you're now saying, yes, it's a brand connected with the defendant?
Objection, misstates the testimony, Your Honor. That's what it means. I voted
Yeah,
yes.
that was the question. Yeah. Sustain.
Did you a moment ago testify that you did not know what AWG was when I asked you?
You asked me what did the acronym mean.
No, I never used the word.
You said, well, you asked me what.
Don't start debating.
I asked you, what does AWG mean? And you said, I have no idea. Do you recall that?
I know what ASAP means, I don't know what all means.
All right, that's,
Okay. So,
we'll take a break now, and this issue's been fully explored.
all right.
Everybody go home.
Let's break till,
Well, tell us when till. Is it 10 minutes?
no. I'm sorry, 10 to 3. 10 to 3.
And 3. All right, so that's like a 20-minute break. It's not even 20 minutes, it's 15. That judge is sick of everybody. That judge is sick of everybody. Listen, I'm hopeful that, you know, what the state will complete their line of questioning and that there is no redirect. Like we had direct, we had cross. Are we still on cross? We still on cross. Jesus, don't ask this man no more questions. Okay, don't ask him no more. I really hope Rocky's lawyers don't ask this man no more questions because he appears to be doing well. And the way in which, because what I really like here, what the hell is that doing? Sorry, I don't know what's going on with my camera. What I really like here is how calm he's staying, even when he's like, this isn't clear, or I meant this, or I meant that. He's not disrespectful. He's not calling anybody names. He's just sitting there in his little Burlington Coat Factory suit, like a nice person. And mind you, ain't nothing wrong with no Burlington suits. I've got a plethora of mine. My entire baby lawyer collection was obtained and achieved from between. Oh, was obtained. Sorry, I got an email from the court. I'm like, where is my money? Oh, yes, y'all. My settlement check's gonna come out. But they want to know. I don't even know what I was talking about. I'm sorry. It's Friday. No, they want to keep it orderly and in fashion. But here, the state looks exhausted. Oh my God! Stop messaging me. Stop messaging me. Oh my God! I have a particular case where there's a witness with mental illness who likes to send me very random messages about what God told her, what her dog told her, with her granny in heaven. And so, and I'm like, they're all coming through at this moment. And I'm just like, this is a lot to have to handle. It says let me read some of the comments as we're waiting. Prosecution is not doing anything that's driving home the point. Yeah, I think right now the prosecution is looking flustered. That's not what you want to leave the jury with on the weekend. You want to leave the jury with a strong point, concern. The problem is that the problem the state is having now is that the jury is going to go into the weekend last hearing, processing, and thinking about what these two or one defense witnesses are saying. Specifically, we got so far the significance of 12's testimony is that he confirmed that, Relly punched Illy, or whatever they're going to call him, punched Illy about 3 times, that he has seen ASAP with a prop gun at least 4 times, 3 other times plus this time, and also attributed and stated that he saw ASAP's agent the same day, or manager the same day, with a prop gun. These are all really significant facts. And he confirmed and he stated that back last August of 2024, when he met with defense and he sat down and he interviewed with them, that he had told them about the prop guns and so forth. So you can't even act like, oh, this was sprung on him. And that was in part because the state had the opportunity. You're supposed to structure your questions on cross-examination as yes or no, and do not allow anyone to elaborate or explain themselves, because they might explain themselves in a way that makes sense. We don't want you to make sense on cross-examination. We need you to seem like a lie. Well, the state sat there and asked 12E, what made you think that this was a real gun? And he said, well, the way it looked and this, and he was able to compare certain things. It needs to be yes or no. Are you a gun expert? No. Did you touch the gun? No. Did you hold the gun? No. And a part of what you're basing your opinion on is the weight of the gun, correct? Yes. All right. And you saw him hold a gun, previously in that whatever gun holster, correct? Yeah. So the truth is, you don't know whether it's a prop gun or a real gun. Yes. That's it. Carry on. Similarly, when they were talking about the other guy, Illy, the prosecutor asked him basically to confirm that he's claiming that Illy got punched in the face 3 times. Then shows this video that's supposed to be from the next day and says, does it look like here he's been punched 3 times? That's not what you ask. You ask, do you see any bruises in this photo? No. Do you see a black eye in this photo? No. And you stated that Relly was strong, correct? Yes. When a strong person hits you, do you usually get hits you in the face? Do you usually get a black eye? Yes. See, here's the thing. Even if he says no, sometimes you leave a witness with the no if it makes him look like a liar or they're not telling the truth. ASAP's lawyer did that frequently with Relly. You don't go back and forth to try and push this person in the yes. It can be just as valuable to get a lying ass no as an accurate yes. It just varies. It just varies. That cat rocks. This cat rocks said there's all kind of reasonable doubt. It says Rocky chose good witness. Here, that is the key to the defense. If you're going to call a witness, because you don't have to, you better call a good one. Actually, I am surprised, now that I'm thinking about it, they didn't call a gun expert. Probably because they feel like they tore a new butthole into the gun expert that the state had, because they got that man to confirm. Somebody asked me, that was yesterday. The state's expert confirmed he did not compare those casings to any particular gun. They did not open up all of the boxes. They never found a gun, and that you cannot commit casings to any particular weapon without testing the two. And that also, he was trying to say, the expert was trying to say it could have come from 4 different types of weapons. But they confirmed that the way in which he came to that conclusion was not sound. It actually could have belonged to 20, 40, 30, like many more types. What do we got? Jacqueline said the judge needs a Tylenol. Yeah, lastly, when we took the break, they were arguing over what does AWGE mean. And 12E was saying he didn't know. And the prosecutor is trying to act like you did know, you just didn't want to say it, you're lying. Abita just said, I don't like the prosecutor's tone, like he's somebody's daddy. Yeah, that's very off-putting. It's going to, see, you don't ever want to come across like you feel like you're losing, because that energy transfers to the jury. So the judge is ready to fight. Derek said Lewin sways back and forth and paces like he's got to go pee-pee. Probably. He definitely needed this break. Sexy says, the judge needs to drink his Ovaltine and get with it and stop this foolishness. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to know how 12 got so professional. Like, I don't think he was prepped because when they asked him, like, how many times did you meet with the defense? He only said once. If you're prepped, that means you met with them more than once. I'm looking at your questions. I don't know. I want to pay attention to Relly's case, civil case. I don't think that his civil lawyers are going to drop him like this week. They'll absolutely wait till the trial is over. And I could see them like within 30 days of the this trial being concluded, then dropping him. So it's not too much press to this issue. I got a lot going on here. Can the state bring charges against 12E for having the knife? No. Oh, yeah. I think I answered. Oops. I answered that early, which is no. The statute of limitations has passed. No charges for anyone else can be brought at this point. Oh, this is a great question. Terry asked, what happens if a witness can't afford to travel to an out-of-state trial and the defendant cannot afford to pay for them? Zoom, usually. Yep, nowadays, Zoom. So generally, if a witness has to be subpoenaed, right, then I think the subpoena distance generally is 100 miles. The state is supposed to assist them with getting there, whether it's bus. So if you're a defense, first of all, the state, they got money. They got an unlimited budget because they just ask the judge for money and they can get it. But if you're on the defense side, and let's say the person has a public defender, the public defender can petition the court to get like a travel voucher or reimbursement or something like that, to get a bus ticket or something for that person that is within 100 miles. If it's more than that, a lot of times there are ways to get out of a subpoena, but generally, if the defense wants you, it's because you're going to help prove innocence, and in that case, they can petition the court for compensation for reasonable travel amounts. In most states, this is not all of the states. I know in them states like Alabama and stuff, they're like, I don't care, just go to prison. Shouldn't have been poor. Right. Jay Thompson said that when they kept asking 12E, why are you here? Why are you testifying? Jay Thompson said he's there so he doesn't get arrested for not showing up. Here's the thing. He was not subpoenaed. So if you receive a subpoena and you don't show up, that's when you can get arrested and be held in contempt. But if you don't receive a subpoena and you don't show up, you don't have to. Here, 12E is there voluntarily. So rather than how the state sat there and was like, you're here because you need Rocky and blah, 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 I would have been like, were you subpoenaed today? And he'd be like, no. So you're here voluntarily. Yes. What did you receive in order to get you to arrive? So they were trying to hone on he thought he is in the state. He thought that maybe this man got a first class ticket, this, that, and the third. He didn't. He just got ready. And in fact, he was like confused. I think he flew from New York. I'm not sure. But it makes sense that the other guy, Wally, was given a first class ticket from Paris because I think I've mentioned before, most companies, if you work for a company, if the flight is over 4 hours, we'll fly you first class. And I know all of them, if it's over 6 hours, will fly you first class. I know this because my cousin works for a company that does international conferences. Every time she leaves the country to go to Europe or this, that, and the third, they always fly her first class. It's literally in the contracts that they have. So I say that in part of the rationale is if my workers are traveling that far, when they land, we want them to be able to hit the ground and work. So by being in a lay flat seat where you can sleep for 8 hours, that's exactly what happens. So it ends up being worth their while. Here, it made sense. Yeah, you're not gonna put Wally, that was the former witness, for the defense. You're not gonna put him in the back of the bus. All right. You're not gonna put him in the back of the bus to where he's gonna be all cramped up like this. He landed in the morning and wasn't even in LA for a full day, or wasn't supposed to be. He missed his flight, but he was supposed to leave at 6. If I'm there for that little, yeah, you better make me comfortable. Because don't put me on that stand cranky. I am not a good person. It says, have Relly's lawyers dropped him already? That is the question. I bet they have. I bet they just haven't published it. Oh yeah, prosecutors did not want. It appears they did not want the jury to know that they never spoke with this witness. I would have made sure that the jury knew that for 2 reasons. One, the jury may think, oh, if he wouldn't speak to us, it's because he's paid off. But also, it makes him look less stupid. Because most people, including myself, would be like, why are you sitting up there asking this man questions that you do not know the answer to? Well, if you've never been permitted to interview him previously, that's exactly why. Yep. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see. All right, they're supposed to be starting back up any minute now. We know how this ghetto courtroom does. This courtroom on CP time, baby. Hit that like, guys. Oh, also, don't forget, you can go to SimoneRedwine.com, schedule a consultation with me. Here we are. Here we go. Oh, got it. Okay, there we go. Yes, SimoneRedwine.com. You can also book a consultation with me. I help with legal matters across the nation, starting 30 minutes for $149, whether it's a small claims court or issue with collecting from somebody that owes you some money and you need them to run you your coins. I got you. Give me a message here. And you can also go to the homepage. Let's see. Oh, let's move slow. There you go. And get my ebook, which is Background Checks 101, the beginner's guide to discovering who the heck you're really dealing with. So we've got that here as well. Yep, court is on a short break. And they're supposed to be back a minute ago, but this is California. They don't really have so much respect for time. Dang, I'm in Texas. It's almost 5 o'clock. This day is flying. You hear me? Flying. Not Ovaltine. Do they still make that? He did mention that he had his own lawyer. Maybe they prepped 12. Great point, Terry. Yeah, so usually anytime, like he absolutely needs his own lawyer in a case like this, especially where it's alleged that he had a knife. You want to have your own lawyer because if it gets to a point where your interests are in conflict with ASAP's, you need to make sure you're not sitting up there saying something that's going to get you charged with something. The other thing I wanted to say about this is if the state was smarter, I won't say they're not smart. They're successful. They must be smart. But one thing that they could have done and obviously did not do is once they heard that 12 allegedly had the knife, they could have gone to 12 and said, hey, we will offer you a plea deal. We won't charge you with anything that we could charge you for having a knife in this fight. We won't charge you with any of that if you will cooperate with us on the prosecution of Rocky. If that were the case, if they did that, I bet we wouldn't have him sitting here today. 12 would not be right where he's sitting at this moment. Oh yeah, they asked him about a bus ticket. He was like, what? No, I didn't get no bus ticket, nor would he want that. That's rude. What does AWS? Nobody knows what that entity organization name means, but I am going to make this larger so we can get the sound back. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's no sound. Okay, there we go. All right. Any moment now, they should be back. Lord have mercy, it's getting on my nerves. Let's see what what are the current cases going on today. Let me tell you something, baby. There's this one case that it. Let me see if I can load it. We're gonna talk about this mess. Y'all want to talk about a little mess while we waiting? I got some good mess. Here we go. Hold on. Let's see if I can get it uploaded or downloaded or whatever the word is. Ooh. What is the date? I am hungry. Oh no, I'm not hungry anymore. I just ate. That taco was so good too. All right, let me find this. I need to show you guys this. Okay, it's loading. Come on, take your time. I need to show y'all this video. When you see it, ciao. Here we go. Okay. Oh, this is about to be real ghetto. All right, guys. I got to update you guys. Oh shoot. Oh man. Hold on. Let me try to do it this way. Hold on, let me go to Facebook. I despise Facebook. It's just there's so many words. It's so bad for my ADD. I don't even know my password. It's really bad. Oh Jesus. What is that? I'm trying to log in. I gotta show you this. Password I've entered is incorrect. I don't know my password. I don't know. What is my goddamn? Oh, this is pissing me off. Sorry, guys. Give me just a moment. Okay, I was trying to add.
Yeah, I can do anything.
I got y'all. You're not gonna believe this mess right here. All right, so basically, let me just do it. Come on. Y'all, TC Caldwell. Y'all know TC? Terrion Caldwell. That's what it is. Terrion Caldwell. Okay. I feel so bad for this man. I'm trying to get this. Let me see if I have it properly here. I do have the screenshot. Oh, sounds like court's about to be back in session. We're about to get it. Hold on. We're about to get it. I got the screenshot. Oh my gosh, this is so good. Ooh, come on. You have to hear this story. Oh, basically, it's like this lady's kind of crazy. Is this a video? What is this? Oh no. Sounds like they're coming back momentarily. Are these videos or what? Okay. Now let's see if I could share this. All right, we got the show's about to start back up. Here we go. We're back to work. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know this is gonna be some good mess. I'll cover it later. Well, that's junky. Yeah, that's a good question. All right. Okay, let me check. Hold on, guys. All right, is it still here? Let's switch it up. Y'all hear this one? Can you hear now? Oh no, can you hear it now? Okay, hold on.
That Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being the victim of violence and home
Let's do
invasion.
this.
Where did you get that information from?
Because when I seen
Hold
him,
on.
By the way, the firearm was behind the defendant's bed in his house, approximately 5 months after this incident occurred. Are you following me?
I hear you.
I want to ask you, you were told
Saying the firearm was there.
that the defendant was told that he needed to carry a prop gun for protection against violence or home invasion, correct?
I was never told. I never told anybody.
So where did you get the information that Rocky carried a starter pistol for security measures after being the victim of violence and home invasion? Where did you get that information from?
Because when I seen him and the days that he had to secure on him, he had no security.
Okay, so my question is are you aware that the defendant kept real firearms, not prop guns, in his bedroom next to his bed?
No, I did not hang out in his bedroom.
So would you agree that if the defendant was keeping real firearms next to his bed, that would be
Thank you, Bernice.
a different step than keeping a prop gun for protection?
Can you rephrase that?
Sure.
StreamYard.
So let me just show you the three other photos. So going to the next photo, this is that same handgun. The evidence is indicated it's a 44 Magnum semi-automatic.
Oh, that look real.
Do you see at the bottom? Can you see what looks like a magazine on
Yes.
the bottom or no? Do you recognize that?
No, I never seen it.
Okay. You go to the next image. This again, next to the bed. And you will see a gun
Ooh,
case.
so
Let's go to
junky,
the next
y'all.
photo. Inside the gun case by the defendant's bed is a rifle. Have you seen this before?
No.
Did you ever seen that before?
No.
Did you ever know the defendant to have a rifle in the bedroom?
No.
Let's go to the next image, please. Do you know what this is? Can you see what's pictured? Do you know what that is?
Is that the same rifle?
No. Do you know what? Do you see in the front? Do you see those things that have red on top? Do you know what those are?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you know what those are?
Little shell cases, those shells?
Those are shotgun shells. Do you know what shotgun shells are?
No, I'm not a gun specialist.
Okay. So what you see here is a shotgun. That's the evidence that's been presented in this case. So my question is, were you aware that next to his bed, in his bedroom, the defendant kept not a prop gun, but a large caliber 44 Magnum handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun? Were you aware of that?
Right, to that objections.
What's the objection?
Clarification on the date.
That's not, I didn't ask for a date. I didn't ask for a single date.
What?
Say again?
Ambiguous as to.
Are you aware that when the search warrant was served, approximately 5 months after this incident, that the defendant had these firearms, a 44 Magnum, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
As I said before, I did not hang out in his bedroom, so I do not know what he had in his bedroom.
But you testified that it was your understanding that the defendant was keeping a prop gun for, among other things, protection against home invasions, correct? That's what you testified to.
Yes.
So, do you know why, if the defendant was keeping a prop gun for protection against home invasions, that he had a large caliber handgun, a rifle, and a shotgun next to his bed?
Objection, speculation. Stay.
Are you aware if a prop gun has ever been collected from the defendant?
I have no idea.
Now, you said that at the time of the incident, that the defendant did not have access to security, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that's because of COVID, is that right?
Yes.
Weren't you at a giant concert the next day in Long Beach that had all kinds of security?
They provided security.
Well, so are you telling me that the defendant, your testimony, was not in a position to have security if he wanted it on November 6th?
Can you rephrase that?
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack Relly?
That's,
I would object to what Bill's Rocky wanted.
No, those are not grounds for objection.
Calls for speculation of the mind of another. So raise your hand.
The question is not called for speculation. Now, what's that, Your Honor?
Oh, well, wait, read it back. I'm focusing on the first part of the question and not read it back.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that the defendant didn't have any security on November 6th because you and he and Ills did not want any security there when you were going to attack?
Sustained.
Isn't it true that you knew in advance that the defendant was planning on attacking Relly?
Yes or no?
that's not true.
Do you know when the defendant ended up first having the prop gun that day?
Well, as I stated before, I was staying at the La Park Hotel. I did not wake up at his house. I'm not too sure what was going on before that.
So, is it your position that there was no security available for the defendant that evening? Or is it your position that he just didn't want the security? I'm trying to understand, what is your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So, there was no security when the three of you, Ills, and the defendant, met up with Relly, correct?
Correct.
So my question is, are you saying there was no security because there was no security available? Or are you saying there was no security because you guys didn't want security?
There was no security available that he hired. They had security at Complex Con already. So I felt as though this is what I believe. Why pay for extra security when you have security at the venue?
Well, so wait a minute. Haven't you said that the defendant has been a victim of repeated incidents of violence when he is out on the streets?
I never said that. I said we were in a club and a situation happened in the club.
So you mentioned in your statement that he has been a victim of violence and home invasion. What did you mean by that?
Well, I was with him when we got jumped in the club and cut. And it's been a situation where I've been in the house and it's been like stalkers outside with signs and stuff like that.
When you say cut, you got stabbed?
Yes.
Who got stabbed?
I got stabbed and Rocky got stabbed.
And when was this?
2018.
And this was in your home, his home, is that right?
No, this was, we was out at a club. We was at a club.
So my question is, you're saying there was security at the event in Long Beach?
Yes.
Right? So my question is, you're now in downtown Los Angeles, right? How did you describe downtown Los Angeles earlier in your testimony?
It's pretty crazy downtown Los Angeles.
So you're in downtown Los Angeles with the defendant, Ills, yourself, and there's no security, is that correct?
Well, security wasn't needed. We was going to see one of our friends.
I object.
Stay the ground.
Yes, misstates the testimony, Mrs. Westhoff's change.
Is that what?
It's assumed facts, not evidence. This happened in Hollywood, it didn't happen downtown Los Angeles.
I'm staying downtown.
Let me back up. Do you agree, is what you said about downtown Los Angeles and the dangers, do you believe that that applies to Hollywood as well?
Yeah, they have homeless people in tents in West Hollywood as well.
You would agree that the area where you were meeting up with Relly in front of the W, that is an area where there are plenty of individuals who are homeless and violent like downtown Los Angeles, correct?
Possibly,
Well, is that your experience?
yes.
So my, so my question is, did you choose, or the defendant choose, did you guys choose not to have security that night, or are you saying there was just no security available?
We had security for the complex con event. From there, we left, we were going to go to another show. But before that, we were going to communicate with Relly because we had another show the next day, which is complex con. So there was no need to have security. It wasn't gonna be any issue, you know, these are friends, we've been friends for the past 20 years.
You've indicated he's gonna be out on a public street in Hollywood, where he's a well-known individual.
Yes,
And don't you agree that given what you said, that whenever he is out, that he is at risk?
he's very recognizable.
So my question is, isn't it true that the reason that you did not have any security with you that night was because there was a plan that Relly was going to be attacked?
That is not true.
Time to move on to another topic.
Praise God. Bye.
Now, you said it was, if it said that it wasn't, back up. You said that ASAP Relly knew and said, hey, that's a fake gun, correct?
Correct.
Are you
Yes,
aware?
I've been on this
was it
topic for
common
10
knowledge,
years.
as far as you knew, that Mr. Mayers carried a rocket?
Yes,
And when you say it was common knowledge, where was it common knowledge? In other words, who knew that he carried a rocket? Based on what you know, general reputation.
pretty sure his close friends, family, and circle. It wasn't something, because if he's out here telling people, yo, I just got a problem, you never know who could tell somebody else and put him in another dangerous situation.
So you're saying that it's not that everybody out there knows he's carried a rocket, it's just close family and friends, right?
Yes, and Relly was a close family and friend.
Did you ever know the defendant to carry a real firearm?
No, but I did know he had a permit.
I'm gonna motion to strike the second.
Very
part,
good.
non-responsive.
Everything after
Good
that.
witness. Good witness.
So I want to start at the beginning of the day of the incident. So I want to start at the beginning of November 7th. Where did you sleep the night of November 6th?
At the La Park Hotel.
And were you by yourself?
In my room, yeah.
You had flown out before that from New York, is that correct?
Yeah.
How'd you get out here?
My flight,
Did you go commercial?
it was a regular flight. It wasn't first class. It was just a regular flight.
You didn't fly out, the defendant didn't fly you out private?
He did not get.
All right, so you fly out.
He did
where do
not
you
get
land?
flued out.
Either the first or the second.
Okay. And where did you stay between the first and the second and the seventh?
So the La Park Hotel wasn't too far in the area, so we would hang out at his crib, you know, whether we creating or just having a good time. This is the 10-year anniversary of the Love ASAP, so we have a lot of friends and family in town. So we was going back and forth from the crib to our hotel. Like, he had family there, so we stayed at the hotel.
Right, by his crib, meaning the defendant's home in West Hollywood, right?
Yes,
The home where I've just shown you the picture of the bedroom and the bed, correct?
yes,
And so you're saying you were actually at that house, not months before or months after, but literally the day before the incident occurred?
yes,
Was Ills there too?
yes.
What about Relly?
No,
At this point in time, were you aware of any, I'm not asking you to explain what it is, so listen to my question carefully. Were you aware of any issues between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
rephrase that.
So were you aware of any problems between Relly and the defendant on November 6th?
A problem? No.
Were you aware of any animosity or hostility going either way?
I was aware that two brothers wanted to have a communication with each other, and they were trying their best to reach out to one another. That's what I was aware of.
When you say they want to have a communication, isn't it true that the two of them were having issues with each other.
I wouldn't say issues, they just weren't communicating on the same page.
And by not communicating on the same page means that the two of them were having a problem, and your belief was they needed to work it out. Is that right?
To me, it wasn't a problem because, like I said, we've been friends and brothers for the past 20 years. It wasn't no problem.
Well, isn't it true that what you're saying is you believe that it was a problem that could be worked out, but will you concede that the two of them on that day had some issues with each other, going both ways?
So from my understanding, it wasn't a problem. It was more of a miscommunication and they needed to communicate.
Let's answer the question.
So, were you aware of any bad feelings that Mr. Mayers had towards Relly?
No,
Were you aware of any bad feelings that Relly had toward Mr. Mayers?
no.
So, how was it that you, Ills, and Mayers ended up meeting up with Relly near the parking garage around the W Hotel?
Well, we were already together, me, Rocky, and Ills, because we was at the rehearsal for Complex Con. So whoever was gonna be there was gonna be with her regardless. It wasn't like, oh, we're going to do this. No, we were at rehearsal.
And isn't it true that it was Mr. Mayer's idea to meet up with Relly?
I'm not too sure who idea it was. I just know he wanted to speak to Relly because we had a show the next day. And he wanted Relly to be there.
So, would you agree that Mr. Mayers, as far as you knew, wanted to meet up? I'm not asking why, but wanted to meet up with Relly.
Because we got downtown, well, we got to where we got to. I believe so, yeah. He wanted, that's his bro. He just wanted to speak to him.
What was your understanding as to what was supposed to happen at this meeting?
Well, whatever miscommunication that they had going on, I believe that they were going to speak. The next day was the show. Everything was just going to be great. It was going to be like it was 10 years ago.
Now, you were with the defendant most of the day, correct?
No, because like I said, I stayed at the La Park Hotel. So once I left the La Park Hotel and we got ready for rehearsal, then I linked up for rehearsal.
I want to show you People's 13, please. This is a text that was sent approximately within an hour of the incident on November 6th. The evidence has demonstrated that this was sent by the defendant to Relly. The defendant's part of it is what is in gray and the victim is in blue. Are you aware, first of all, you were with the defendant at 9:34 p.m. that day?
Yes, I was.
And it says, Wyatt, let's get to it, stop ducking my calls. Would you agree?
Yes.
Would you agree, knowing the defendant, that that sounds like he is upset with the person he's sending it to?
No, because actually I keep typing all caps. So it's like, nah, this is regular. We right, let's get to it. Stop looking at my quotes. He's calling. It doesn't seem like he's exclamation marks and everything.
Stop ducking my calls. You would agree that means that Relly's not answering his phone calls, correct?
Yeah, he's not picking up.
And would you agree that even at this time in his life, the defendant was not used to people, in your experience, not answering his calls?
I'm not too sure what he's used to.
Okay. Other than trying to fix things between them, et cetera, and talk, do you have any knowledge as to what the purpose was for that meeting?
Yes. So that we could have a amazing show the next day at Complex Con. As you can see, the video showed me earlier, it was friends and family. So it wouldn't have been unusual for Relly not to be there, like he was supposed to be there.
Was your understanding that Relly was supposed to perform there?
Relly is not a musician.
I'm sorry, was supposed to, excuse me, was supposed to.
He's supposed to be there. Like, okay, he doesn't rap, you feel me? But he is a part of the family, so why not have him be there?
And when you say Relly was supposed to be there, How do you know that?
Because the other members of the ASAP collective were there.
So you're assuming that because the other members of the ASAP collective were there, that Relly was invited, correct?
Yes,
Are you aware that Relly has testified that he was not invited?
I'm not too sure, but it seems odd that he wouldn't be invited.
Well, would you agree that it wouldn't be odd if the defendant is upset with him?
It would be odd if he was upset with him, but I don't think he was upset with him.
So this is my question. Would you agree that if the defendant was upset with Relly, that you would not be surprised if Relly was not at?
Rephrase that for me, please.
So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. I want you to assume that. If that's true, you would agree it wouldn't surprise you if Relly wasn't invited to the performance, right?
I don't think I'm up here to assume.
What's that?
I'm not up here to assume.
Well, so when I give you a hypothetical, that's exactly what you're to do. So I'm asking you, so listen, you haven't testified in court before, so when someone, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. When I give you this hypothetical, that means you need to assume that the hypothetical is true. So I want you to assume for a moment that the defendant was upset with Relly. If the defendant was upset with Relly, would you agree that it would not be unusual, knowing the defendant, for him not to invite Relly to the show?
Objection. Two grounds of relevant cause.
This is a complicated question. Me too, because it's clear
I want to
he's right.
start with the incident by the parking garage. You would agree that there were three of you there, yourself, ASAP Mills, and Mr. Mayor, and that Relly was by himself.
Right.
Yes. But I wouldn't say he by himself, we all part of the same collective.
Yeah.
Do you recall yourself prior to?
It's too late. We ain't got time for
Do you recall
hypotheticals.
yourself trying to call or text Relly when the defendant could not get a hold of him?
Yeah.
So why were you texting or calling Relly
Because they're friends, goof.
when it wasn't you that wanted to talk to him?
Well, for one, it's a brotherhood, right? So if one person can't get in contact with one person, let me try. That was all.
And the reason, correct, that you ended up calling or texting Relly was because you believed that Relly was ducking the defendant's calls. So you've seen the text that's right in front of you. It says, "Stop ducking my calls." That's from the defendant, correct? You yourself, at around that time, texted or called Relly trying to get a hold of him as well, right? And you were doing that because he would not return the defendant's text, correct?
Well, I didn't have like a reason, like because he did it. Relly is a friend and a brother of mine as well, so I'm trying to reach out.
But you're trying to reach out because you're aware that the defendant who you're in the car with can't get a hold of him, correct?
Yes.
So you are reaching out at the defendant's behest because you want to try and set up communication between the defendant and Relly.
Yes, I want to set up communication.
And he wouldn't take your call and respond to you either, correct?
On my recollection, no.
Meaning that's correct, what I said, he did not respond?
Yes.
So you said that you guys get there. You previously testified that when you guys arrived, there was no plan, correct?
There was no plan. As far as a plan.
Stop asking the same
communication
question.
Was for Rocky to converse with Relly. That was it.
And at this point in time, you agree, you have no idea that the defendant has any kind of gun, prop gun or real gun on his body, correct?
I knew he had the prop because he had the prop at rehearsal.
Oh, so you knew he had a prop gun?
At rehearsal.
When's the first time you saw the prop gun in the defendant's possession that day?
In his possession?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. It might have been the altercation,
Okay, so,
like in his possession.
so you
because
said
the-
he had it earlier that day.
Yes, the ASAP Blue had it earlier that day because Rocky was on stage rehearsing, so he couldn't rehearse, jump around, and get ready for the show in that state. So he gave it to ASAP Blue.
Did you actually see this?
I only seen Lou with it. I didn't see when he gave it to him. No, I was also on stage rehearsing.
How do you know that ASAP Lou, the gun that he had, was the same gun that defendant had?
Well, Lou is the only liaison at the show that could be able to do anything with Rocky aside from us. So that's why I believe it to be the same thing.
My question is, how do you know that that's the same? Did you see Lou give the gun back to Rocky?
I can't recall.
So you mentioned that you guys arrived at the location by the W, and you had a driver, right?
I believe so.
And would you agree that up to this point, there is nothing abnormal? You're saying you don't know what's gonna happen, right?
Well, the car ride was beautiful. We together. Like I said, it's the anniversary of a big situation for us. So everything was love.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, at this point in time, nothing unusual has happened, right?
No,
And you have no reason to believe, would you agree, you have no reason to believe at this time that there's going to be anything unusual that's going to happen?
no, because I even heard them quickly on the phone. Really picked up for Rocky. You feel me? And it was a regular conversation. Nobody's going back and forth, yelling. They were able to tell each other
Literally, Emmy.
where they were going to be, so you could meet up. It wasn't no yo, no, it wasn't that.
I feel like the defense is exhausted.
Couldn't. I think
Yes,
I
Vinny.
couldn't really hear Rev, but I heard Rocky jokingly ask like, "Yo, where you at, bro?" I believe he told him where he was at, which was I think the W Hotel or something like that. And Rocky and Relly had a relationship for years. Relly was viewed as Relly the boss. He told him that he was at the W. Rocky joking with him, "Yo, you're not at the bum ass W, bro. Where you at? Like, let me see where you at. Like, show me your room." And I guess bro act like he was at the W, but he was somewhere else. But yeah, that was the conversation. It was a friendly conversation because they friends.
So what you're saying is that the conversation between Rocky leading up to this first incident.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
Friendly and just joking around. So my question is, do you agree that up to this point, when you're arriving near the W, there's nothing special about the ride you're on, no reason for you to remember anything, correct? Just a regular day, regular ride?
Well, it was special because I'm with my brothers.
No, but I'm asking not in terms of this special, is there
Yeah.
anything memorable about it in particular, just driving the car?
I think he was playing new music. You feel me? So that was cool. It was a vibe.
So you mentioned on direct examination, you mentioned that when you got there, you were
True.
able to recite the literal order of who got out of the car. Do you remember testifying to that?
Just because I was sitting in the back of the car.
So how do you remember specifically, you had a driver, right?
Yeah.
So how do you specifically remember the order of you, the defendant, and Gil, who got out of the car? What made you remember that? Do you know?
Well, because if I'm in the
Why does
back,
it matter?
the only two that's in front of me, they gotta get out first.
What kind of vehicle were you
It was like a black truck.
in? Was it a two-door truck?
Nah, it's like a 4-door, like big body black truck.
Right, so basically like a luxury chauffeured SUV, right?
Yeah.
So you don't have to get out first. Everybody's got a door. They can exit how they want, right?
No, that's not true. Because you can't always sit with the driver. So the driver has his door, and then the 2 doors in the back is for the 2 passengers in the back, and it's a seat that's behind there. And I was sitting right behind my 2 bros in the back, and he was sitting in the 2 seats in front of me.
I'm just asking you, do you know why it is that you specifically remember the exact order of who exited the car?
Because that was the only people that I was with.
So you get out.
They had to get out before
How
him.
long after you get out is it that you see Relly coming up?
Can you rephrase that?
After you get out of the car?
Yes.
Or the truck?
Mhm.
How long after that is it before you see Relly coming up?
Well, I seen him. I was already kind of like out the truck already, but I wasn't as far up as, it was in Rocky because I got out last. You feel me? So I'm kind of in the back. I see them in front of me. I see Rel coming down the hill.
Okay, when you first saw Relly, how far away was he from the closest of the three of you?
When I first seen him, he wasn't that close. No.
He was by himself though, right?
Yeah.
So he's coming up, and would you agree that if you can see him, he can see the three of you, is that right?
I'm pretty sure, but I feel like he probably seen Rocky only. He probably didn't see me till last. I don't think he seen me until I came up in between.
So it's your testimony that, based on where you're positioned, that you don't think Relly knew you were there until after the incident started?
Yeah.
But he did know, at least in terms of position, you believe he would have been able to see Gills, correct?
Yes.
So it's your position that Relly comes up, and you said before he was like walking in a fashion. Can you describe, was there something about the way he walked that led you to believe that there was a problem?
Well, I done worked out with Remy, so I know him. And his movement got a little more pep and step than usual. And he's coming down, like, it's big like a hill, so he's coming down. And you can see his bop, a little more momentum. He comes down, and as soon as he meets up with Rocky, you feel me? And this is after Rocky walks from the car. Rocky walks up. Rocky's not doing anything. He doesn't grab Rel first or anything. He's walking up to Rel. And as soon as he gets up to Rel grabs him.
So let me ask you, up to this point, you're saying that they were completely joking in the car a couple of minutes before, right?
Yes.
Everything.
But I said I did not hear what Relly was saying.
But you said that the defendant's response indicated to you that everything was cool and they were just joking around.
Yes.
So
Faith.
it's your testimony that Relly comes up, and what's the next thing that happens when he approaches?
As soon as he sees Rocky, he grabs him.
And when you say grabs him, what hand he grabbed him?
I believe his left hand.
Okay. And when he grabbed him, did you see him attempt to punch him?
When he grabbed him, he automatically started because he got him by his I think his hoodie and stuff. So I'm not too sure if he's trying to pull his hoodie
Thank
over
you,
or
Gracie.
he's just trying to
Now I don't have to
kinda
smell no
have Rocky in the
coochie this
angle.
weekend.
I see that's what he was doing.
But let me stop. You said he grabbed with one hand.
Yeah.
Now you're
Thank
gesturing like he's grabbing.
Because I was about to.
How many hands he grabbed?
He ended up grabbing him with two hands, yes.
Did he start with one
He
hand?
started with one hand.
Which hand did he grab with first?
He grabbed him with his left hand, I believe.
Thank you, Sandy.
And-
He is doing way too much.
Do you know whether Relly's right or left-handed?
I believe Relly's right-handed.
And so would you agree that if he grabbed it with his left hand, that his right hand would have been free, if he wanted to punch the defendant?
Possibly, but he did end up grabbing him with both hands.
Let me ask you, did you see him attempt to in any way punch the defendant?
No, he was just basically trying to lift the defendant off his feet. So I'm not too sure what he was going to do after that, but he tried to lift him off his feet.
Motion strike everything after the no.
You're right, but we need to finish this case before the end of the decade. So let him
Thank you, Judge.
explain the end. I'm just doing this to try to facilitate the trial. So let's move it along. Go ahead.
Leave it alone.
So when this incident started,
Go, Judge.
where were you standing?
I was behind.
And how far away were you from Relly and the defendant?
Well, I wasn't that close because I literally had to.
Judge said,
I
let's
literally had
conclude
to
it this
get up
century,
to them,
this
and get
decade.
in the middle. So I wasn't that
Move it along.
close. Even in the video, you see, I put my hand on Remy last to move him out.
Yeah,
So
that's why I
as
didn't
said
cover
before
yesterday.
about people getting out the car, how I knew Rocky and Ills got out first because they were already closer to Relly than I was.
Mr. Phillips, isn't it true that in fact, Mr. Mayor grabbed Relly's left arm before Relly ever did anything to him?
No, I don't think so. No.
Well, when you say you don't think so, I'm asking you what you know.
I know for a fact that look, you don't want me to say that he's a bigger guy, but I doubt Rocky's just gonna grab Relly. You feel me? I don't think he grabbed Relly first. Relly
Good
grabbed Rocky.
job.
Let me ask something. I asked you before, at this time, during this incident, your testimony is that Relly is physically stronger. If Relly and Rocky are gonna fight, Relly's gonna win, correct?
Correct.
Right.
But would you agree, even at this time, that if Relly and Rocky are gonna fight, that Rocky is powerful enough in the industry to basically end Relly on the spot, correct?
No.
Okay, you disagree. Isn't it true that it was at this time that Mr. Mayers pulled out the firearm, or as you described, the prop gun?
I don't think he just pulled it out. So as I was saying
No
earlier,
question, Benny. Did you actually see the gun come out?
I seen when Rocky was adjusting the prop to put the prop back into his waistline.
Okay, so that would be after it's come out and being put back, is that right?
That was after Relly is literally trying to lift him off his feet, and
Motion
Rocky
to strike is non-responsive.
As I said before, we need to move it.
Your Honor, but it's not,
We need to move this
Please.
along.
I'm doing it. Listen to my question.
rephrase it, please.
I'm asking you, did you see the gun come out of the clip? I'm not asking you
Yes or no?
when you saw it put back, did you see it come out?
Yes.
So my question is, when is the first time at that incident that you saw the prop gun?
It was when Relly was grabbing and picking up Rocky. And Rocky was with his hands up, trying to catch his balance, reassure his grip on the floor, because Relly is bigger than him, he was pulling him, and they both fell back. So being that it was a belt clip, his belt, his pants, from the video you can see, is falling. So that's when I believe the prop to fall. He never pulled the prop up.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you, did you see the defendant remove the prop gun from his belt?
I did not see him remove it. I seen him put it back.
Okay, so that's my question. The first time you saw the gun was when it was being put back.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna now show you the video of the incident by the parking garage.
Oh God, didn't we already do this?
People's 15 combined
Ew.
storage video, and we're gonna show the first incident. So what I'm gonna do very much like this cat video. I'm gonna run it through one time so you can see it. And I'm gonna ask you specific questions about it. So I want you to watch it. How many times do you think you've seen that portion of the video?
A couple times.
Well, you only seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. Like,
Maybe
not more than 10. Just a few times.
Oh, is it a couple or is it 10?
I said I have not seen the video 10 times. So that's why I said a couple times. I've only seen the video a couple times.
When's the first time you saw it?
To be honest, the first time I seen the video was on TMZ.
Does the video that you just saw, does that accurately depict, as much as you can remember, what happened?
Yes, but no.
Okay, can you explain what you mean by that?
Because from the video, you see Rocky with the prop in his hand. You also see Rocky put the prop away. You feel me? But you don't see how the prop gets into his hand.
Okay. Do you agree, having watched the video, that it shows Relly walking up and immediately being accosted by Mr. Neighbors?
Can you rephrase that?
Let's show the very beginning. Pause it. So I'm gonna ask you, in a moment, I'm gonna ask you, who was it, Relly or the defendant, who ended up starting this exchange? I want you to watch. Go ahead. Go back one more time. Stop. Would you agree that you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and the defendant, I'm sorry, you've got the defendant reaching towards Relly and Relly grabbing the defendant's hand or arm in response?
No, what I see is really putting his hand up. So he moves it from his back, and then he automatically goes to grab Rocky. That's what I see.
Okay, keep going with the video, please. Stop. Would you agree that what you just saw was the defendant holding on to Relly, and Relly has a free right hand, which was available to strike the defendant, which he does not do? Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. Would you agree that that shows Relly being pushed by the defendant?
I'm not gonna say push because they're both grabbing on each other, trying to assert like balance the stance.
Let me ask you something. You indicated how strong the defendant is, how strong Relly is.
Yes.
He's a stronger defendant. If the defendant, strike that.
Yeah, finally got somebody dressed appropriately for court.
Had wanted to attack the defendant, had wanted to push him back, and wanted to hit him, you would agree Relly is big enough and strong enough to have done it, right?
I agree.
Okay, keep going. Stop. That's you, correct?
No, that's
I'm
not.
sorry, that's Hills, excuse me. I apologize. That is ASAP Hills, right?
Yes.
And go back. What did you just see Hills do in the video?
I see Ills trying to diffuse the situation, get in between them, and like basically get Relly and Rocky off each other. Because right before you hit this clip, you can see Relly with both his hands around Rocky's neck, or his hoodie, or whatever, right there.
And you're saying you have this independent memory of exactly what's on the video?
That's
Stop. From the only 2 or 3 times you watched it.
no, I just seen that.
Oh, okay. Let's back this up a little bit, please.
What the heck?
Watch. So I want you to watch Hills. Stop.
Okay.
Isn't it true, Mr. Phillips, that Ills is trying to get Rocky off of Relly, is trying to get between them, is trying to push him back, and that the defendant continues to go towards Relly?
Objection, Your Honor, is a compound.
Very compound.
It's compound, sustain.
I'm confused. Heck.
All right, I was trying to speed it up, Your Honor. I'll do one at a time then. Okay?
Oh, Jesus.
Back it up. What does Relly do? Stop. Right now, would you agree, Ills is grabbing the defendant who is between he and Relly. Ills is not between the two of them. The defendant is between. Is that correct?
No, because if this is Rocky on one end Relly is on the other end. Ills has both his hands basically getting in the middle to bring it up.
Wait a minute. Can you point with your pointer there? Point to where Ills is. Point to where the defendant is. Point to where Relly is.
Right there.
So how can you say that Ills is between the defendant and Relly when Ills is on the other side of the defendant?
Because if there's a person standing here and a person standing here, he's trying to get in the middle of them.
So I didn't ask you what he was trying to do. Listen to my question.
But he is.
You literally did.
Do you agree that this video shows Ills not between the defendant and Relly, but behind the defendant, grabbing him?
He's not behind the defendant.
He is, so it's your belief that this video does not show Ills behind the defendant?
No.
Okay? We go back slightly. Stop. You agree Relly has just gone off the screen, correct?
Yes.
You agree that the defendant is pushing him off the screen, correct?
He was pulling the right.
Okay, so whether he's pulling or pushing, do you agree that Ills is not between the two of them?
This is the same clip that you showed me before, but right here, he's behind.
Okay, so right now you agree Ills is behind, right?
It was behind right here.
Okay, now we're gonna
For
keep
sure.
going.
First correction.
Stop. Is Ills still behind?
Now, it was just behind him, trying to pull him away from Relly. And in this photo, you can see Relly with his hand around Rocky.
Okay, I want, you just said a second ago, in this image at this point, Ills is trying to pull the defendant off of Relly, correct?
In this image, he's trying to get the defendant off of Relly, while Relly is grabbing the defendant by his neck.
Listen to my question. In this image, do you agree that it shows Ills trying to get the defendant off of Relly, yes or no?
I'm not saying no. I don't think he's trying to get him off because you don't see Rocky a certain dominance right here. So I think he's just trying to get in the middle
Motion
to
to
the
strike is
situation.
non-responsive?
Ask another one.
Keep the video going. Stop. Would you agree that at this point in time, there is no attempt where you have seen Relly trying to punch, kick, slap, do anything to the defendant?
So if you play from the clip before, you can obviously see him choking. So a few seconds later, no, he's not choking, but he was choking.
Wait, so your testimony is now, we missed, he was choking, Relly was choking the defendant, is your testimony.
If you want to play the video back, you can see it.
Have you ever mentioned before this moment in court that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
What I said was,
Wait, answer my question, please. Have you ever said before this moment in court, ever, that you saw Relly choking the defendant?
no, because I never seen.
Motion to strike everything after no? Do you agree that Relly at this point in time does not have either of his hands on the defendant?
Correct.
Do you agree that Ills, at this point in time, is not paying any attention to Relly and is looking forward, trying to get the defendant separated because he's coming after Relly?
Objection, Mark, rules, regulations, still.
Please, play it. Stop. Do you agree that what you just showed shows Ills backing Relly up?
Yes.
Would you agree that as with the defendant, that Relly is considerably bigger and stronger than Ills as well? Do you agree that knowing Relly and knowing Ills and knowing the strength between them, that if Relly had wanted to go forward and go after the defendant, that he had the ability at that point?
Possibly.
Possibly? I'm asking you, from what you've seen, does it look like Relly is in any way trying to go after the defendant?
Right then and there, you see his hand coming around him, so I'm not too sure what he was doing.
So at this point in time, do you know if the defendant already has the gun out?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Let's run it, please. Did you see the gun?
Play it.
You can see right, you see the gun in his hand?
I see the prop in his hand. Yes.
Do you see the gun in his hand?
Yes.
At this point in time, would you agree that the defendant is aggressively going towards Relly with a gun in his hand, and that Ills is trying to keep the defendant from making contact with Relly?
Can you rephrase that?
Would you agree that at this point in time, the defendant has a gun in his hand, is moving aggressively toward Relly, and that Ills is trying to prevent Relly from getting close to the defendant? I'm sorry, that's trying to prevent the defendant from getting close to Relly.
You have to rephrase it because
That's my fault.
yeah.
Okay. Do you agree, at this point in time, defendant has a gun in his hand? Agree?
Okay.
Agree? Say yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that at this point in time, that the defendant is aggressively moving towards Ills and Relly?
Well, in this clip, because Relly was already grabbing him and kind of like, trying to little boy him, you feel me? So I just
Little
see
boy him.
Rocky just trying to get himself out of the corner. Just trying to get himself out of the corner, get himself from out of here. I'm not too sure what else is right here.
What is the point you're trying to make,
It's the side of the
prosecutor?
garage wall.
Take it.
He was just trying to get himself up out of that situation.
So you're saying the defendant is trying to get himself out of a bad
He's
situation?
just trying to get himself up out of here.
Lord.
He doesn't have the prop on Relly. He's not pointing the prop at Relly. He's not doing anything like that. So
Let me ask you something. At this point in time, can't the defendant simply have gone the other way and exited himself from the situation?
Objection, full speculation.
You were at the scene
yes, I was.
when the defendant is moving towards Relly with a gun. Was there anything preventing the defendant, as is shown in the video, from turning around and going the other way?
As you can see in the video, I'm not too sure how long this lasts. He does that exactly as soon as he's able to get up out of this space.
So it's your
Oh,
position that the defendant
response.
did not have the opportunity to go the other way, is that?
No, because Relly pushed him under the garage. The garage it's like it was built under something, so you can't walk through the wall. He had to wait till he got from under the garage so he could be able to get up out of there.
You agree that in this image that you've seen, and you were at the actual incident, the defendant
I'm trying
has
to
his
figure it out
finger
myself.
on the trigger, correct?
No.
So you don't see his finger on the trigger in this.
On the trigger, you can't see that.
I'm not seeing that.
Well, let's run it again.
I see him holding it, but holding it and on the trigger are not the same thing. Yeah, show us. All right. He's holding it for sure. Holding it?
Do you agree that it appears that the defendant's finger is on the trigger?
I can't say that.
His hand is on the prop. I cannot tell you if his finger is on the trigger.
He keeps calling it a prop.
So, at this point in
I love it.
time, is this when Relly yells, "Put that fake gun away"?
So as Rocky starts turning, yes, he says, put that figure as gun away.
And your position is, I just want to be clear, that at this point in time, when that gun comes out,
Yes,
Relly knows it's a fake gun.
yes.
Okay, continue.
This is why you only ask yes or no questions. He shouldn't have let that come out.
Stop it. Do you know what the defendant did with the gun after he pulled it out when they go off frame?
In this clip or another clip?
No, just listen to what I'm saying. You just saw the defendant take out the gun.
Yes.
You saw the defendant then go forward, which would be to the left of this
Nisha.
video, so we don't see him. He goes off screen. You know what I mean by that, right?
Yes.
Do you know what the defendant did with the gun that he just pulled out when he went off screen?
Well, as you can see, he put it back into his waistline. And he was leaving.
When did you see him put it back?
Well, when I was there, during this altercation, he put it back. It wasn't even out that long.
Well, so what I'm asking you is, play the image where he pulled it out. I'm almost, Your Honor, I can break in a 2 minutes if the court needs.
Hurry it up.
So the gun is out.
Yes.
My question is not what did he do when he put it back? He pulled the gun out and he goes off screen towards Relly. What did he do with the gun when he went off screen?
Can you show me that again and rephrase that? Because
Yes.
I didn't see him on the screen going towards Road.
Watch. There he is, off the screen. He had the gun. So my question, do you know what he is doing with the gun at this point when we can't see him off screen?
Well, the gun is still down. He's still trying to put it back into his waistline.
Wait, so you're saying this video we've just seen shows him putting the gun back?
Look, can we rewatch the video?
Sure.
The judge is like, no.
I'm not talking about when he comes back. I'm saying at this point in time, you agree. What's that?
I didn't.
Witness says rewatch the video. We just did.
You just watch it.
No, you just pause it. I'm trying to watch the whole video.
No, I'm not showing the whole video. I'm showing the part I want to show.
Nah, so can you show it in context? It shows when he puts the
No,
proper way.
Mr. Phillips, I'm gonna show you what I want to show.
Go
So,
ahead, show Mr. Phillips what.
Oh,
I
Jesus.
just showed you that image, and my question is, you would agree that the defendant takes a gun out, the gun is out, they go off screen with the gun still out. So what I'm asking you is, do you know what the defendant did with the gun when they went off screen?
Yes, he was still trying to put it back in his waistline. The gun was down, so I believe he was trying to put it in his front belt, but he couldn't. So that's when he turned around, he readjusted, put it to like the top.
Wait, so your testimony is that he pulled the gun out, and then immediately after pulling the gun out, tried to put it back.
He didn't pull the gun out. So, like I said, from him getting pulled by Relly, his clothes weren't secure. So his clothes weren't secure, the prop clip wasn't secure. You feel me? So he didn't pull it out. He's a dominant right hand. He would have pulled it out with his right hand, I'm guessing. Here, he's using his left hand to adjust it the whole time.
So you saw the gun out, correct? You saw the gun out of the clip, correct? Gun gets removed.
I only seen it when he was trying to adjust it back into his clothes.
Last thing to show you, I want you to see when the gun first comes out, when we see it on the screen. Gun is already out the first time we see it. So you're watching, gun is stopped, the gun is out right now, do you agree?
Yes,
It's in the defendant's hand, do you agree?
yes.
You're not telling us that the gun fell out of the clip and just happened to go in his hand, right?
The gun would have fell on the floor. It's inside his pants. And it's a clip. So I feel as though he grabbed it while it was falling. He just grabbed it with his hand, just to secure it. He's not pulling it out, he's not pointing it. He's actually trying to secure it and keep it down.
So your testimony is, that his pants were falling down, and so he reached back to get his pants up and grabbed the gun accidentally to prevent his pants from coming down, and that's why the gun is out. That's your testimony?
Can you rephrase that?
So your testimony is that the reason the gun came out was because his pants were falling down. And so he reached back to try and make sure his pants didn't come down and unintentionally grabbed the gun.
Yes.
We can resume on Monday, Your Honor.
All right, folks, please be outside. Yeah, close the doors.
Praise God.
All right.
All right, praise God. We see those people.
10 o'clock. All right. Okay, all right. We'll resume at 10 o'clock on Monday. Please don't discuss the case. Look at yourself. Don't look at any electronic media, print media, or any kind of media. Keep an open mind. See you Monday.
All right, give me a second. Ooh, child. Okay. All right, before you guys go, all right. So basically, unfortunately, I can't quite tell whether he's done. He is in the state is done with the cross. It is what this appears to be, that he's done with the cross, meaning we'll start on Monday with the redirect and then hopefully get to the manager and be done. It is Friday. Lordy, it is Friday. So we'll look forward to that on Monday. But I also wanted to let you know, hey guys, before you go, there has been an update in the Diddy case. There's been an update. Specifically, the Jane Doe versus what's that girl's name? Jane Doe versus both Diddy and Jay-Z. And hold on, don't move, do not move. I got to put this on the screen for you now. She's dismissing her case. Jane Doe versus Diddy and Jay-Z is dismissing her case. Wait. Come on. Y'all got to see this here now. Hold on. What they bet to start arguing about again? Hold on. Okay. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, sorry. That was the ASAP Rocky case. They were coming back. But I just want to read this to you guys real quickly. This is the dismissal in the Jane Doe. Remember, that was the girl who claimed she was autistic. She didn't remember all the things, but that she was 13, that she was trying to go to the VMAs, et cetera, et cetera. So let me read this off to you guys real quickly. What are they over here arguing about? Hold on. Let me just see if there's any other arguments that are coming back up in this. Oh, they're arguing about stuff. Hold on. ASAP Rocky and back. Give me a second.
I do. And then I'm going to ask all of you.
Oop, looks like they're in trouble. The jury is not in the room. He's sick of them. Let's hear about it. Look, you know what now.
All right, we're outside the presence of the jury. Mr. Lewin, you've been questioning the witness for 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Your Honor, they have.
1 minute. You have 90 minutes. You have 90 more minutes. I'm controlling the progress.
90 more minutes?
Over 4 hours.
Hell no.
Your Honor,
You have 90 minutes remaining.
Your Honor, I've got an ethical duty to actually effectively prosecute this case.
You're going to have to do it in 90 minutes.
Your Honor, of course you can do what they do, but at least allow me to be heard.
Go ahead. Say which one, sir.
They had the witness, the victim, on the stand for 3 days. They asked him question after question about his income, about more irrelevancies than I can add up. I'm going through video where the witness is impeaching himself left and right on the central issues in this case. And the court is saying, you gotta hurry up. Your Honor, we have to be able to do our job. I'm not wasting time. I am asking questions that are getting important information. And when the court didn't limit them at all.
Look at Rocky face.
This witness is as important as
Look at his face.
face.
The reason Relly took so long is because he was so uncooperative and he would not answer a question. This witness is answering questions. Over 4 hours is enough. You have 90 minutes remaining. Just use your time wisely. That's it, 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half more. I'm sure you can get it done in that.
I'll explain it.
Oh, anything?
No, sir.
No, Your
Look at
Honor.
Rick.
Mr. Self, anything?
No.
Mr. Lewin, anything more?
No.
All right, see you at 10 o'clock on Monday.
Aww.
Yeah, you won't use that plug here clock, right?
I can't, what?
You won't use that plug here clock.
Yeah, can we get to time?
Okay, so here's what just happened. The judge is sick of him. The judge is sick of him. Okay, the judge is like, I'm over this ish. So the prosecutor on Monday wants to come back and basically talk to this man into antiquity, okay, for as long as he wants. The judge was like, no, you get 90 more minutes. He said, you've had this guy on the stand for basically 2.5 hours. You get a total of 4 hours, which leaves you with 90 minutes on Monday. Make it do what it's going to do, buddy. Well, the state prosecutor was like, but Your Honor, they had Relly, the victim, on the stand for 4 days. And the judge was just explaining, this music drives me crazy. Un momento, un momento. The judge was just explaining, yeah, Relly was on the stand for 4 days because he wouldn't answer questions directly, because he was combative, because of all of those things. And that this guy not once has been combative. He's directly answering questions, and you do not need him on the stand for 4 days. Well, the prosecutor is like, but Your Honor, I have an obligation. I have a legal duty. I have a duty to, the oath of office, that the oath that I have as an attorney to, vehemently defend and protect the rights of the people. And the judge was like, okay, we'll do it in 90 minutes. Do it in the 90 minutes you have left, because we got stuff to do, places to go, people to see. We don't have time for you to ask the same question 50, 11 different ways, all in the same language of English. Especially with someone who's directly asking. The reason he keeps asking the same question over and over is because he's not liking the answer that 12E is given. 12E, mind you, has his own attorney, and therefore that appears to be why he is so, the judge, let him cook. Let him cook. 90 minutes. For those of us who watched today, I think we all feel like 90 minutes might be a little too long. For him, for the state, 90 minutes. Shut it up. I think give him 20 minutes and call it a day. We got stuff to do now. Yes, use your time wisely. Isn't that what they told us our entire life in school when it was time to take a test? Use your time wisely. You don't get all day because you want all day. We got stuff to do. Shoot. Yes, I actually need to read over the update of the Blake Lively. That's the only reason I haven't commented on it, but I need to. Real quickly, before we go today, I got to tell y'all, I want y'all to get this update from your legal bestie right here, right now. So this is an update on the Jane Doe versus Jay-Z and Diddy case. This was the 13-year-old who allegedly drove for 5 hours from Rochester down to New York City because she wanted to go to the VMAs, and she found a driver outside of the VMAs, and he said, oh, you're just Diddy's type, even though she was 13 years old. She retold the story. She claimed her father had come and pick her up. Her dad was like, I don't remember that. Someone right there, girl, she got some screws that are loose and just jingling around up in that brain of hers. So here's what happened. She filed a voluntary dismissal. She dismissed her case, but you're going to hear it clearly and correctly here. She only dismissed it against Bad Boy. So some people are like, it was a dismissal. It was a dismissal. No. It was only against, and this is with prejudice, meaning she cannot bring the case back. It's against Bad Boy Records exclusively. Well, that makes sense, because she claims she ultimately went to a party. That party that don't have nothing to do with Bad Boy. She needed to dismiss Daddy's house too, because the party was not at Daddy's house. I've been to Daddy's house. Daddy's house is his recording studio. But to be clear, she has not dismissed against Diddy or Jay-Z. Those are still there. So when you hear any other version of what happened, it's wrong. She has not dismissed Jay-Z. She has not, make it a little bigger. She has not dismissed Jay-Z. She has not dismissed Diddy. She's only dismissed Bad Boy. What that is simply a technicality, because there was not enough evidence to correlate that Bad Boy itself was responsible, because she even said she wasn't at their studio. She wasn't an employee. This was simply a party after the VMAs that she attended. So that makes sense. That absolutely makes sense that she would do that. Okay, so and what we have left is actually Jay-Z has filed a motion to dismiss the entire lawsuit against him. It's supposed to be heard pretty soon, actually. Let me download this. Let me get that date. By the end of the month. It's going to be heard by the end of the month. And that's going to be very fun. Oh, wait. Yeah, that should be fun. Oh, sorry. I probably shouldn't have put all that on screen. Oh, well. I'll be all right. All right, guys. I hope you have a great weekend. Hope you find a Valentine's Day. That case is bogus. Oh, she is hanging in there with at least one. Yeah, how could a 13-year-old go to a grown-up party without her parents' consent? There's so many issues there. Remember, this is the case that is against Tony Busby. Oh, and also Jay-Z and them filed a sanctions motion against Busby. But in New York State, you can't file a sanctions motion until you've first shown that you've notified the plaintiff of deficiencies in their petition and given them a chance to either withdraw it or amend it. So right now he's withdrawn. Jay-Z has withdrawn the sanctions motion. It appears they're giving him a chance to fix those things, and then we'll go from there. All right, guys, have a great weekend. Bye. Your legal bestie.